You just heard the intro and Absorbed from Coroner's Punishment for Decadence album from 1988. This is the International Thrash Series Coroner and Swiss Thrash Part 1. Swiss Thrash Part 1. I'm Mark.
Part one, indeed.
That's a definitely a little bit of a linguistic hurdle there to
Swiss,
the
Swiss.
Swiss and
It's
Thrash.
that. Yeah, it's that little part that you kind of got going on. So yeah, it's not just coroner, although a lot of it will be coroner. But yeah, we're sneaking in a little context as we're known to do. I think we're like almost at this point known as a context machine. That's kind of how we're our operating system. Nothing but context. So.
Yes.
But yeah, so welcome. It's been a hot minute since Mark and I have kind of recorded. We've met up in person since you moved in between the deceased episode and this
Yeah, you
over the
finally came out and saw the new Requiem North.
headquarters. Yeah,
Yeah, you got to we reversed our positions, our polarities of studios.
the full tour and stuff, and got to see your new studio that you'll be using. And your makeshift studio with like the blanket forts and basically
That is
kind of
now a thing of the past. It was
is it okay.
moving blankets and a propane heater. Now I'm using a mini split, and I'm perfectly happy. I've got slippers on in my office.
That's funny. That's good. That means you're like Mr. Rogers or something. You got your slippers, you relax, you got
I
your
do have to change my shoes as I come in and out of my office.
exactly, you got your vibes going on. So
Hmm.
but yeah, so the Thrash series keeps on rolling. Took a break with Deceased. Hopefully we got a lot of good feedback about that. We'll share that at the end of the episode. Some of the things that we heard back on some things and what if you're just sort of joining us or stumbling on us here because maybe you're a fan of Coroner and decided to check us out. Um, we do long form storytelling. These are episodes for ice road truckers and long range truckers and all kinds of people that want long episodes, whether
And
you want them or not. We give them to
dudes
you.
in their 40s who like to do a lot of yard work.
That's it, man. Yeah, lots of housework. Put these on headphones and get kind of lost for a couple hours listening to some chunks and stuff. But we did decide to break this up into two, probably, lessen a litlittle bit. I had somebody when I posted this, they're like, is it going to be 32 hours long? And I was like, no. I said it's going to be broken up into two parts. And then I think, I can't remember if it was Seth or somebody, Seth Forsman was like, oh, okay. So two 16 hour episodes. I'm like, you got it, baby. You got it. So, um, but yeah, so we're looking at a pretty unique scene here, and it's pretty insulated in a lot of ways. It's not as expansive as some of the other international sort of geographic regions that we've sort of looked at. Um, Switzerland's, one of the questions like that Tom G will bring up, and Max Cavalera, will have a soundbite from him a little bit later. Is just this idea of what makes kind of Switzerland sort of unique, and one of the things that I've kind of arrived at in my thinking and having lived in Europe and traveled to Switzerland a few times is it's it's a country that's kind of a lot in the mountains. It's kind of cut off from a lot of the rest of Europe, and yet it's also a weird tricultural crossroads where half of the or one third of the country is sort of German speaking, one third is like French, and one third is Italian speaking. And I think that speaks to like the weirdness of the Swiss scene, when you start to throw together your Celtic Frosts and Coroners and even like the kind of industrial sort of band in the 80s and 90s, the Young Gods. And
Yeah.
they don't really, I don't know, they don't really fit anywhere. And that's kind of perfect. And that's what makes it sort of a niche kind of thing. And I think one of the things I kind of arrived at too, and I think it might have been in a documentary clip that I saw on Coroner, where they kind of talked about how the fact that it was really tough for any band to make it out of Switzerland because there just wasn't like a music scene that was that big, and there wasn't a lot of like promotion or sort of momentum. But if you could make it out of Switzerland, there was much more of a spotlight on you, whereas like somebody made the argument, like if Corner had been an American band, would they have, I mean, I still think they would have stood out a little bit, but there was like a dime a dozen of thrash bands there, but there was only like two thrash bands in Switzerland. So if you made it, everyone is so, when you say Swiss metal, you think of like Celtic Frost, Corner, and like Samael, or something like that, like it's
Yeah, that's
very
basically it.
limited. I mean, you got Crocus, and we'll talk about them and some of that, but that's, basically AC/DC type, like,
Well, Crocus might be the biggest rock and roll band out of Switzerland.
yeah, yep, and kind of paved the way for some of those
Yeah.
other
I
bands.
mean, they had cool covers, a cool name, and then when you
Yeah.
heard them, you're like, eh.
Hey, I love Screaming in the Night, but yeah, it's basically AC/DC. It's like, AC/DC ripoff type stuff. But
Yeah.
yeah, so it is kind of interesting. And with Coroner, who will be kind of the focal point in the second half of this episode, and then pretty much part two as well. A song like Absorb that kicks off the Punishment for Decadence album, which was their second full-length record from '88. You get kind of all the key elements there in a song like that. It kind of makes them probably I would say Coroner's the greatest kind of pure thrash band out of Switzerland. I mean, Celtic Frost is more important, but they were never like pure thrash, but like Coroner, at least in the beginnings, is kind of, for all intents and purposes, in the thrash camp.
Like thrash speed metal. I think
Yeah.
the early, definitely like the lot of speed metal traits going on. I think that Frost and Hellhammer, I think were so like singular
Yeah.
that they didn't really fit into any scene. They happened to be around the same time as like thrash stuff was kicking off, but I
Yep.
think there's so much more going on there, and definitely the Corner, like the whole. I mean, I guess Switzerland and like classical music, this kind of erudite music makes its way really quickly into Corner in a way that Celtic Frost maybe in like broad strokes did once in a while, but not as like these concentrated like Yngwie Malmsteen, Randy Rhoads little neoclassical bits that make it into the like. It seems very, very European thrash.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And even like I've seen some clips with Martin Ain and Tom G talking about Coroner, and they're like, on their first record, they were better musicians than we ever were, and we knew that, and
Yeah.
that's fine. They're not. That doesn't mean they're a better band. It just means like they just outclassed everybody in terms of their ability and stuff. Right from the opening, moments and stuff. And
I don't think they did on songwriting, but as far as just pure, musical musicianship, sure.
exactly. Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep. So I mean, you get in a song like Absorb all the elements that you'll hear later with Coroner, speed, aggression, you get some groove. There's some
Mhm.
definite stop start kind of rhythmic propulsion. I think what Coroner does so well that other bands of this ilk didn't do is they have technicality without losing their soul. Like they're still like they're not cold. They might be technical, but they always like are serving the song for the most part. It's not like masturbatory stuff that
Well,
some probably
they
could
did
have
what
been
Rush
trying.
did,
Yes.
they were
And
able to be incredibly complicated, playing complicated, rhythms and all this and that, but they never like sacrificed the song. They're always about the songs, the hooks, the melody lines, like,
yep, they're emotive,
yeah.
and they're experimental without pretentiousness. And that's like, again, Rush. Like, how do that's such a threading of the needle to pull off there, because so many bands have they come off cold or something like that, that
Or
it
you're
just
just
doesn't.
like, you don't remember, like you hear a record and you're like, what, I can't pick out a song.
Yeah, it's like it's all good, it's all well played, but like it lacks any identity. Yep,
Yeah.
yep. And I think that's the other thing I will say about Coroner, that in going into doing this, that sort of surprised me, is they do write pretty good songs, and they have hooks, and they have some things there. Not everything, but like, their their songwriting chops, especially when you get to like Mental Vortex and some of that stuff, like they really kind of know what they're doing at that point. And yeah, and I mean, you can even hear like, like at the 2:15 mark of Absorb, and again, this record's in '88. You can kind of hear, to me, where it's kind of predictive of like where like a band like Death would take like stuff with Human. Like
Hmm.
there's kind of that type of like approach is there. And Human's like a great tech death record that still has like a soul to it, and some tech death
Sure.
really doesn't have that, and it's such a fine line that, if you're going to do technical things, technical thrash, prog rock, whatever, like, the temptation to just over noodle and overdo it is always there. And if you're a memorable band, you resist that temptation and stay like in the songwriting pocket of like, let's write a good song first, as well as be technical, and I think
You
that's
know,
something Coroner does a pretty good job of that
I
I've
think
sort of.
they're kind of like a rhythmic, spiritual, progenitor of Meshuggah,
Yes.
because they really lock in the groove, and then the thing, like, that's what creates the catchiness more so than a lot of times the solos. The solos are kind of like almost this dressing on top of it. It's not necessarily the thing that grabs your attention. It's the thing that kind of like weaves you through the rhythmic, kind of thing they've got going on. And then the lyrics usually always kind of very similar. I'll have to say very similar to like what Tom G always did in Celtic Frost. Was the vocal line never followed the bass, the drum, the guitar. It was always its own thing that kind of added more, texture to the song. And I think they
Yep.
definitely kind of pulled in a lot of that.
What's funny is you saying what you said to open that comment is fascinating. For people that are diehard Coroner fans that are kind of like, tuning in this episode, we obviously won't get to the Grin episode in part one, but Mark, by his own admission, hasn't really spent time with that record, and I'm curious what you think about your Meshuggah comment after you dive into that record. That's all I'll say.
Okay.
So it's kind of cool. It's like foreshadowing for your own experience that you're going to be going on before we record part two.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, basically, we appreciate your patience. People that have been, we've been dropping these big episodes, but almost kind of a singular episode per month rather than every 2 weeks. But maybe we'll kind of get back into shorter episodes, but released every couple of weeks. We got to get through the holidays. You're about to have a kid. There's a lot of shit that's like coming down the pipeline, and we have no idea like how this is going to happen. So,
Well, yeah,
if
we'll do
you're
as much
a
as we
fan of
can,
the,
and we
yeah,
appreciate your patience.
that's it. If you're a fan of like, shorter, more frequent episodes, again, we're doing our best. But like I always tell people, just fucking hit pause. Like that's the beauty of podcasts is like it stops and it remembers right where I pick up when I get back in the car, or, that kind of thing. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how other people listen to podcasts, but if you're not doing it that way, then I don't know. You find an app that does that for you. How about that? That's my
I,
best
I
piece
would
of
I would
advice.
think most of them do, but like, I have
Yeah.
no problem listening to like a 3 hour conversation about the most mundane, not mundane, but the most like technical aspects
Yeah.
of a certain thing I really care about, and just pick right back up.
Yep.
But everybody's got different listening habits
I
for
get
sure.
it. I get it. Yeah, absolutely. And if you want something that's like digestible, I get that there's a lot that release like an episode every week that's like an hour and 20 minutes, and that's like their forte, and that's great. But that's really what you're getting from us. You're getting 6 hours every 4 weeks, so you're getting the same
Yeah.
thing.
Well, a
90
lot of these
minutes.
other podcasts have producers and they have larger infrastructure behind them putting these things together.
Our
If we were just
infrastructure
the
is
talent that came on and like talked, that would
yes.
be, we could knock stuff out quicker. But
Holy shit, we would fucking murder
if
things
we
if
had
we could.
research assistants and
Yeah, people that would do all the
people to
editing
edit,
for us.
yeah,
Holy shit. Yeah, no, it's crazy. All the different like things that like I end up scrubbing and doing timestamps for, and you as
yeah.
well. It's like if somebody else did that, I'd be like, fuck, that'd be great.
Well, I
So
think give it maybe 12 years, and my son might be able to help.
there you go. Let's put that kid to work. So
Family business.
yeah, there you go. The legacy lives on. But yeah, so it's gonna be like I said, Switzerland focused, would or Switzerland, but the focus will definitely be on Coroner. We're gonna be bringing in some different sort of sound bites. We've got Tom G Warrior, who some of you might be familiar with from a band called Celtic Frost and Hellhammer, and also Triptychon.
I would
We
say
had a
one of
chance.
the most important figures in extreme
I was
metal
gonna
that's ever
say,
existed.
yeah, you might be aware of him. If you're listening to Requiem Metal Podcast and you're kind of new to Tom G Warrior, boy, are you in for a treat.
Yeah.
You got a lot of ground to go back through. And we will be talking about Celtic Frost because you have to. But when I was doing show notes for when we get to the Frost section, I was almost like, look, we don't really need to talk about Celtic Frost because it's almost like a disservice if we try and like half-ass talk about them because
Yeah.
like we've already done a whole episode on them and they probably deserve another episode of their own down the road or something. So
I think some album spotlights for sure.
yeah, if you want the history of Celtic Frost beyond what we go into, there's plenty of stuff that will do that. But that's not what this is about. We're just
Pick
kind of
up
talking.
Only Death is Real from Bazillion Points.
Yep. That or the Are You Morbid book if you can find that, somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But Yeah, so we've got Tom. I had an opportunity to talk to Tom actually about a year ago. It was actually Thanksgiving of last year when I was down in North Carolina at Chris's.
It's crazy it's that long ago.
For the Venom episode. I
Yeah.
I kind of knew that down the road we'd be doing this episode, so I asked him a little bit about kind of Swiss and the Swiss scene and things like that. So it's kind of we'll be using some of that. It's pretty cool. And then also we brought in Joseph Schafer, and a lot of you know who Joseph Schafer is from his Discordance Access episode he did with us and his Tribulation episode, and he's been on some other things that we've done. He's Decibel writer, along with Mark and Chris, as being part of the Decibel family, and Albert and all the other Decibel people we've had on through the years. Um, but he also organizes the Northwest Terror Festival that is out in Seattle, the big metal festival. And he's the lead singer and one of the primary songwriters for a cool kind of thrash, band called Colony Drop. So, and one of their main inspirations is Coroner. So it's kind of one of the reasons I reached out to him, because he's about the biggest Coroner fan I've met. And so I was like, look, Joe will probably have some cool perspective beyond what Mark and I will have to say, because we're novices when it comes to Coroner. I mean, we've listened to him for the last couple decades for sure, but I don't think either of us ever went like way deep into the rabbit hole on them. So I wanted to bring
No,
in
not at
somebody
all.
that definitely has like been near and dear to them, and so that's cool. So those would be kind of sprinkled through as well. But I guess the thing to say about the Swiss scene as we try and kind of set some of this stuff up is there was never really ever a unified Swiss scene. I mean, Tom G will talk, I think, in one of the sound bites coming up about how they were taking a lot of their cues from what they were seeing across the border in Germany, obviously, and that's
Hmm.
pretty obvious with the influence of Destruction and Sodoms and Creators and those type of bands. I guess the most unified aspect would probably be the linkage between Coroner and Celtic Frost that we'll be getting into. They were essentially mentored in a lot of ways by Tom, and he
Hmm.
did a lot to sort of get them going in their careers, and we'll get into that a little bit later in the episode. But beyond the German thrash scene, they're taking their cues from what's happening in America with especially Megadeth and Metallica. I would say this, and this is why I'm kind of curious what your thoughts are, and we can get into a little bit deeper. But one of the touchstone bands that like kind of came across for me in my journey and kind of looking into the Coroner stuff is I really thought about like the first like 3 or 4 Megadeth records. Like
We can see that. I
those
mean,
are
because I always thought Megadeth was very influenced by German extreme
yes.
metal.
And I think they were. And I also think that they take a very tech approach and a very weird songwriting approach, especially on Killing and on Peace Cells.
Yeah.
And I know you have had struggles at times with Megadeth, but you've kind of more, kind of come around in the last couple of years and kind of appreciated all of the records, not just a couple of them here and there. Not all, but all up
Yeah,
until
I would say up until Rust in Peace,
yeah,
including Rust in Peace. Yeah.
all of their 80s run. How about
Yeah.
that? And
The kind of quintessential stuff.
the core stuff, yeah. And and I think you always struggled maybe with like the kind of I don't want to speak for you, but it seemed that you had trouble with the structure of how Dave would sometimes arrange a lot of the songs, and it was a lot of ideas, and he was kind of doing weird choices, and
It was kind of, I
um,
mean, I always thought it was kind of scattershot
yeah,
where you'd have some stuff that was, I mean, because Metallica records,
they're
I,
smooth,
yeah,
right?
and most contemporary stuff, not included in that, they always felt cohesive.
Yeah, I agree. Yep.
And early Megadeth stuff felt all over the place. It felt like he was trying to like really push himself in a lot of different directions. But as far as I give him props for coming up with Vic Rattlehead having like a mascot, but that's like the unifying thing in a lot of those albums for me. It's like a lot of the songs are all over the place.
Yep. And I think Corner has a little bit of that. I actually think they're more unified than some of the early Megadeth in
I
terms of like
totally
having
think so. Yeah, but
but
I
I
think
think
they're both totally hooked into that. Um, for lack of neoclassical is a very broad term, but the very influenced by classical musical tech ideas, I would say.
But I don't think you're wrong in saying that, because that's the actual words that Tommy from Corner uses. He's like, yeah, we kind of wanted to merge thrash and neoclassical. So I think you're spot on with that.
Okay, well, and Metallic or in Megadeth as well. I think
Exactly.
Dave is definitely trying to he was always trying to make up for not being in Metallica,
Yep. Yep. Just kind
and
of
he
always.
was the most ferocious member of Metallica as far as that early era, I think too.
Yep. Yep. So yeah, so definitely when we get into the early Coroner, I'll kind of talk about some connections that I hear with the Megadeth stuff and here and there. But I guess if you're starting this story, you know, within Switzerland in the metal scene, you've got Crocus. They were kind of the breakthrough sort of Swiss hard rock band, I suppose. Especially when Scream in the Night hit. I think that was '83 when that sort of album hit. But otherwise, there weren't really a lot of thrash bands outside of Frost and Coroner. But wanted to just kind of in this first set talk about a handful that were sort of floating around, just to give them a little brief kind of spotlight. And one of the bands was a band called Carrion, who released a record in '86 called Evil Is There, with an exclamation point, before they actually changed their name to Poltergeist. So they're essentially the same band, just kind of two sides of the same coin. Lots of influences, like I said, being pulled from German bands, especially Destruction, Iron Angel, those kind of German thrash kind of stuff. And the band would even attend some Destruction rehearsals and befriend them, to the point where Carrion's vocalist, this guy named Vio Pulver, ends up singing and guesting on some Destruction records a little bit later. So it's kind of interesting connection between those kind of two bands. It's decently heavy in the sort of great thrash year of '86. And a source we've turned to often through this international thrash series has been the Worship Metal sort of series that Chris Jennings did. And this one's from September of 2021, and it's called 10 Obscure Old School Thrash Albums You Need to Hear, Part 4. And he did a little write-up on this Carrion Evil Is There thing, and it's very brief, but he basically said, the perfect encapsulation of underground thrash in 1986, Swiss thrashers Carrion, you might know them better as Poltergeist, released just one album before changing their name to the titular Spectral House Wrecker. Noticeably less technical than the output of Poltergeist, Evil Is There is a bare-bones thrash release with any fresh, fat picked clean to leave a pure, straightforward, and relentless experience. Brutally simplistic and simply brutal, Carrion could still showcase a little melody from time to time. Check out the intro to The Avenger, but it's the lightning quick riffing found on the likes of Demon's Child that retains its edge. And so, you probably only listen to the one song, Demon's Child, here. I don't imagine you kind of ventured too far out, but I listened to the whole record, and it's pretty fun. It's not essential, but
Yeah, I listened to a couple
it's
tracks,
just
but
another thrash band in '86 doing a pretty decent kind of German thrash kind of thing, but nothing that really kind of stands out, I would say.
no, I mean pulling a lot from New Album, I think, as well, like a
Yeah.
lot of early Maiden vibes mixed with the more raw vocal delivery, and but also like just goofy, like the hey boy, it's time to break the chains. Like there's a lot of really kind of goofy, like disparate thing, like a lot of different things that don't necessarily think like they go together, like vocally. But
well, even like in the Demon's Child song we're gonna hear in a second, the bursts of like crazy drums that are sort of sprinkled throughout. It's like kind of unhinged at times. Like what the fuck were they thinking? But kind of gives it charm in that weird way.
Yeah, like I mean, like a lot of the speed of New Album is kind of what got people excited about that, and this is just like pushing all that stuff a little bit further from whatever they're listening to. But there's definitely that kind of that Maiden driving kind of propulsion.
Yeah, and you hear a little bit of that like in certainly like German speed metal, those early Halloweens and Blind Guardians, kind of
totally
like off the rails drumming. That's like what what are they doing? Yeah.
Yeah, you take Clive Bird drumming and put double bass and double the speed.
Yeah, it's so fucking weird. And so they kind of move from that kind of primitive sort of stuff that you'll hear in Demon's Child to a couple of years later they reform and change the name to Poltergeist, and they put out their debut is called Depression, and that features a new vocalist, and a guy named Andre Grieder, and he sings a little bit more clean than Pulver. I mean, but they're both fairly clean. There's more intricate leads. Pulver is also the guitar player, so he was the guy that sang in Carrion, but he's the lead guitar player in Poltergeist, and he's doing like more note bursts and intricate leads and things like that. It's interesting too that Andre Grieder also will guest sing for some Destruction albums in the '90s as well. So they're really locked in and befriending them. And in fact, the band was so attached to Germany that they actually just relocated to Frankfurt in like the around the time that they put out Depression. So it's fair
Okay.
to say that they're barely a Swiss thrash band. I mean, I guess they are at the point that they're Carrion, but once they become Poltergeist, I think they just kind of just like get locked into the German scene, you know,
I mean, Switzerland, Austria, Germany's all kind of, you
lumped
know,
together in a lot of
yeah,
ways. Yeah.
I think they share a lot of cultural heritage and stuff as well. It's just like different, parts, but they definitely all have their own unique vibes for sure.
Yeah. The thing I noticed in Poltergeist that was kind of cool, the Shooting Stars, the tune we're going to hear from it, but had some kind of like, really cool breakdowns that Pulver's doing on guitar and some like punchy, kind of catchy, almost like Sacred Reich kind of stuff, you
Yeah,
know?
I would say very American sounding, more so
Yeah.
than what they were doing with Carrion.
Yeah. So it's pretty fun. I love what Graf, the bassist, he's doing some cool things at moments on the song,
Hmm.
adds some cool layers. And then
The harmonics and chugs and
yeah, yeah. And Jazzy's drums, they kind of complement the sort of double time awesome breakdowns. There's a cool breakdown at like 320 mark. And what's really interesting about Jazzy, the guy who's drumming in Poltergeist Mark, is he also drums in the other kind of minor thrash kind of proto death band that we're going to glance at, Messiah. So he's
well,
in both.
also the guitarist to Poltergeist in 2023 goes on to play in Messiah.
Was he really? No shit. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's
I
a
didn't
lot
know
of
that.
like intertwined stuff
Yeah.
happening here.
Yeah. So again, very small scene. This is, like, I mean, Celtic Frost and Coroner are kind of attached at the hip in the beginning, and Carrion and Poltergeist are essentially kind of the same band, and Messiah is drawn from a little bit. So it's very incestuous and small, which that's why you don't get a lot from Switzerland. I don't think there's like a huge metal scene there, but if those that are like intensely passionate about it, probably insulate it.
Well, I wonder
Um,
what even the population is of Switzerland.
well, I'm trying to think. I've been to Lucerne a few times and a few other places, but I haven't been to the capital city to Bern. Um,
But when you look at like bands, doing their European tours, Switzerland's
yeah,
not usually on there.
yeah, I can't
They'll hit
imagine.
Germany like 2, 3 times and not hit
Yeah.
Austria or
They probably hit Vienna, I imagine, but they're going to
okay.
hit Vienna and Austria because that's over 1 million people, I think. But I don't know if they'll. Yeah, I think Lucerne or I don't know what Geneva's like scene is like. Probably not super huge. And Lucerne's kind of
They're
the
more into
cool.
conventions than concerts.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're more into like peace treaties and shit. Um, yeah, it's interesting. I didn't ask Tom about that. I should have. Like, he basically said it was really non-existent, especially when he was coming up. It was just like you just did things on your own, or they, like I said, took their cues from what Germany was kind of doing. So,
Yeah.
um, but Messiah's pretty fascinating. They're a weird band, and their 3 album run from '86 to '91, which is really all we're looking at. But they do kind of continue on into, some stop starts into even modern times. I think their last record was like 2020 or something like that.
Yeah.
Uh, but the first 2 albums in particular, which were put out on this kind of underground label called Chainsaw Murder Records, which is pretty awesome name. Um,
Definitely
it,
you're kind of going to be underground if that's your
yeah,
name, I think.
but him to Abramelin is how you pronounce it, Abramelin. I don't know. And then Extreme Cold Weather, 86 and 87 are these first 2 records. Um,
That cover, man. Oh my god.
oh my God. We'll talk about that cover in a moment, but um it really gave me vibes, these 2 records, especially him, of what was sort of happening in Brazil at this time. Some of the like proto death stuff that was happening from Sarcophago or Volcano or early Sepultura type stuff. It's real primitive.
Yeah.
You
But
know,
I would say yeah, same as like Tormentor.
yeah, definitely. Like just one of those off kilter things. Like I hear a lot, especially in like, because I have these records. I actually picked them up quite a few years ago. Hell's Headbangers reissued them. I don't know if they did that on vinyl too, I imagine. And then I picked up Choir of Horrors also that Noise put out back in the day. And I hear a lot of like not just proto death, but even like stuff that I gotta imagine like black metal bands, like the second wave bands, like knew about Messiah a little bit.
Well, there's
Um,
tons of pro black metal in there for sure. I mean, like theatrical vocals and like the mayhem riffs and
yeah, I mean, when we get to like extreme cold weather, like which we can like wait and talk about that when we kind of come back, but like that sounds like like it feels like a song Dark Throne would have written in the last 10 years, or something like that. It's just a
Yeah, I mean,
very
'cause there's a line between are they fucking with us? Is it like English as a second language? You don't know if there's like intentional comedy or if it's totally serious.
yeah. I mean, him the opening track, the title track, him to Abramelin starts off with good people and bad musicians. That's like the opening, like weird, ominous voice. And I just laughed. I was like, good people and bad musicians. Is this like
And also,
uh,
there's no other outside of some screams. I don't think there's any other lyrics on the song.
yeah, no, there's a lot of instrumentals. I mean, the first
Yeah,
two songs are mostly instrumental, and there's a lot of instrumentals on Extreme Cold Weather as well.
and Corner has instrumentals.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, even Frost does, especially
It's
when you
true.
get to
Yeah.
so yeah, so there might have just been an aesthetic that was sort of part of that. Yeah, I'm not really sure, but yeah, so we're gonna hear a trio of tunes from these two records, a pair of tunes from the Hymn record. When you get to the Hymn record, it has this funny opening with good people and bad musicians, and then which throws me off guard a little bit before you get this kind of like primitive, almost like an evil, almost like a slowed down, grinding, like hell awaits type, like riff. Like it feels like evil, in the way that hell awaits feels like just like a incantation kind of, it's like opening up doorways to bad places. And, I'm not comparing them exactly to Slayer, but it has that same sort of tone to some of the notes a little bit. Um,
Well, yeah,
and what's
the tritones, the
Yeah,
devil's
it's in there.
interval.
And what's really fascinating, I know you're not like as big of a Van Halen fan as me, but like this song being an instrumental, it's almost like the anti-eruption because like it's like doing nothing with like riffs. It's not really like forming a whole lot. It's just real primitive and stuff. And then the way that the song ends, like with the weird like notes and stuff, is exactly the way that eruption begins. It's really,
Yeah.
really interesting. It's like reductive. The song ends where Eddie's gonna like begin his kind of famous guitar instrumental. So I don't know. I think I was just overthinking it, but I was like, this is just strange. I doubt they give a shit about any of that, but it was something that kind of jumped out to me a bit. And then Thrashing Madness, man, a fun tune. It's like Destruction meets early Sepultura. It's semi-instrumental. Like, there's some groans and some screams that pummel the listener, but it's not essential, but it's like if you like kind of like primitive proto death metal, proto black metal, really hard thrash that toes the line. This is a great record. It's fun, and you can check it out on Spotify to see if you like the other songs on it. But there's some, the Messiah song is pretty fun. Anarchist is a good tune. Empire of the Damned is a really fun tune. Um, there's they're taking cues from Hellhammer. They're obviously listening to Celtic Frost a little bit, especially early Celtic Frost. And so if you like that kind of primitive styled stuff, this would be, right up your alley.
It's got a
So
distinct like Eastern European flair to it as well,
is
I
it
think.
offbeat too? Is that what kind of like
Like
almost like
the weird the offbeatness of like everything else that we listen to on this episode is going to have much more of a cohesive
yeah.
direction behind it. And
And
there's a lot of just like what in the fuck are they thinking? But
it
like it
almost
just
seems like
goes from one thing to the other, it's crazy.
seems like a band that like Rotting Christ would have listened to. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, they would have on their thanks list on
yeah,
the first record or
yeah.
something.
We were inspired by some early Messiah records, or like you said, Tormentor would be another band that was kind of like that. So
Yeah.
yeah, definitely interesting. So, and we'll come back and talk about extreme cold weather as well. So, and that's where we're going to end with in this set. And then you'll hear a very brief but biting Tom G comment about his thoughts about Messiah. He doesn't seem to be a fan. But first, we'll hear his thoughts on the whole kind of scene. And so we're going to hear from Tom G here a couple times, and then we'll hear Demon's Child from Carrion from the Evil Is There 1986 record, Shooting Star from Poltergeist, his Depression record in 89. Pair of tunes from 1986's Hymn to Abramelin. God, I cannot pronounce that
I
word.
didn't look up what that meant either, did you?
Abramelin. No, I didn't know if it was some religious association, like Abrahamic religions or something like that. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, it could be. I was just
Probably
thinking of
something
like some
blasphemous.
Wheel of Time thing, but
Yeah, it could be some kind of Sumerian something rather,
some
maybe.
fantasy BS. But who knows? You're probably right with the Abrahamic religions.
We'll look it up in the time being. We'll have an answer for you when we come back, I promise. Or we won't, but
Or we
we'll
won't.
try.
We'll
Yeah.
forget.
Yeah. We've got the title track, then Thrashing Madness, and then we're going to end with Extreme Cold Weather from 1987's Extreme Cold Weather.
There was quite a lot of bands in the Swiss scene, and I have to say Swiss scene in quotation marks. There wasn't really much of a scene, but there was a lot of bands practicing in basements here and there in these villages, and we went to see as many as we could in little tiny shows or in the rehearsal room. But the sad reality is that most of them tried to sound either like Deep Purple or like Crocus, because Crocus was at the time the only Swiss band that had some measure of success outside of Switzerland.
Mm-hmm.
So it was very conservative, and there was really no innovation going on when we started. The real scene that we encountered started in Germany.
Okay.
France, Germany, Holland, Belgium, all these countries had scenes. We got the demos from there, we got singles from there, we got albums from there, and there was tons of underground bands that impressed us. There was a compilation, I think, from Holland or Belgium called Metal Clocks, which is an odd name, but there was 4 bands on there, and they were quite heavy, quite dark, quite underground. Things like that totally impressed us. But in Switzerland, unfortunately, it was very backward, and I guess people were much more innovative when it comes to the financial sector in Switzerland than
Sure.
when it comes to musical innovation.
Hey boy, you're born in the night. It's the end for the world. You're born in an evil sight, and it's your time to turn. Hey, what you doing now? Come to us. Become demon's child. Clairvoyants trying to break the chains and go out on the hunt. You have to split all the brains and have to crush them around. Hey, what you doing now? Come to us, become demons.
destiny.
exactly. And Corner tried to be different. They weren't just a straightforward thrash metal band. They always tried to be a slightly different with their lyrics, with their compositions, and that's why I think Grin actually fits them. It suits them.
That was Extreme Cold Weather from Messiah, Thrashing Madness, and Hymn to Abramelin from Messiah as well. And then we opened things up with Demon's Child from Carrion and Shooting Star from Poltergeist. And just heard from Tom G a couple times there. Yeah. What are your thoughts on Extreme Cold Weather? Like I said, I just said it seems like something Dark Throne loved a lot. And the other thing that jumps out to me in that song is like how in the middle of the song, it's pretty groovy riff, pretty, reductive and all that. And then all of a sudden it kind of goes into that weird, like, I don't know,
Black Hole Sun post section
kind of thing. Is that what you said, Black Hole Sun? I kind of saw it as like a post-punk thing, like something like that, like some of these new bands that Chris and I are into, like God, why are they all escaping me at the moment? Oh my God, like Soft Kill and some of those type of bands are doing a lot more of this, your Joy Divisions and stuff like that. But
there could be some of that. I mean, that's definitely, part of what Celtic Frost was.
I was going to say it's
pulling in as well, but it's almost the same chord progression as the Black Hole Sun, like open note picking thing.
Oh shit. Okay, I'll have to listen. I didn't even think of Soundgarden. I was thinking total like post punk.
Except like the Chris Cornell thing's got more. There's some more effect on it.
Yeah, it's a little more psychedelic kind of sounding.
But I was also listening to some interview on YouTube with
Kim Thale, right?
Kim Thale, talking about. He's like, I couldn't fucking play that, man. That was all Chris. I couldn't get it right.
That makes sense. Yeah. It's crazy how talented Chris was because he was also a drummer, so like he was
the funny thing is I never knew that.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. And like that's, I don't know, we've never really talked about doing a show about them, but that'd be an interesting thing to do down the road, I think.
Oh, you had me yesterday at Soundgarden, so that's they're them and Alice in Chains are like foundational to my entire life in ways that are pretty big. So but the other part, that part that breaks down to Extreme Cold Weather kind of reminded me of like decisions Enslaved would make. Like
I could see that.
Some of the more proggy, weird kind of choices and stuff. So if you listen to it again, listen to it like thinking of Enslaved, and I'll listen to it thinking of Black Hole Sun, and we'll meet back up together and compare notes. And
it's freezing my blood.
Yeah. I mean, there's also just even the fact that it's called Extreme Cold Weather, it kind of gives me like some Immortal vibes or something like that.
Oh, totally. And me being in northern Michigan now, actually today was 50, which is crazy. But
as I say, tomorrow's gonna be 60 down where we're at.
We still got plenty of snow, so just our driveway's less. It's more muddy than slushy.
You just got like hammered with snow, right?
We had, over the past month, we probably got 2.5 feet.
That's nuts. We got like a light dusting. I mean, a little bit on the.
It's pretty. I love actually when I was doing the first time I pulled the tractor out to clear off the road or clear off the driveway, I was just listening to pure Holocaust.
As one should.
It just felt like this seems like the right thing to do.
So talk to me about your opinion on the Messiah Extreme Cold Weather cover. Best cover of all time or worst cover?
I think there's some middle ground there, but
okay.
I think their logo is great.
It's awesome.
I think if they would have taken the polar bear off the cover, that would totally have changed what people thought about the record.
I agree. I think it's I can laugh at it now, obviously, because I'm not really taking that seriously, but I can imagine how annoyed people might have been that almost like a betrayal. Like, what the fuck?
Who knows who did? I mean, back then, like a lot of time the bands didn't have a whole lot of input on the record albums. The cover.
You really think a record label called like Chainsaw Murder Records is going to put a polar bear on there, like against the will of the band? I don't know.
I think that the band was had a sense of humor.
They were tongue in cheek.
If they didn't, they were mentally deficient.
Something was fucking going on. And I mean,
like they were fucking with people. They had to have a sense of humor about. I mean, even like the song titles are ridiculous.
I mean, they've got a hate song against John Paul II and Mother Teresa, both kind of fuck you songs to them. They got a great thrash instrumental called Hyperborea. That's fantastic if you didn't check it out. They do kind of a black metal-ish cover of a Strauss song called Redetze March. And then fucking 4 years later, this band reemerges in 1991 on Noise Records with like a fucking Pestilence Testimony of Ancients record called
It's a great record.
Choir of Horrors. Yeah, it's a fucking incredible record. But it's like, who was this band? You know what I mean?
There's only the main guitar player is the only main.
I was gonna say they exchanged out some
so.
members, but like what an eclectic, strange act they were. You know, like again, you could tell me that no one in the second wave gave a shit about Messiah, or you could also say that a lot of the bands in the second wave loved this band, and I would believe either. I just don't know. You know, like.
Well, I think they fall into that same weird thing where like Death SS, where there was a lot of like campy Alice Cooper kind of stuff going on with them, but a lot of like dead seriousness.
And I wonder if that maybe like Tom's comment at the end there, which he didn't really go into. He said that little thing about Messiah. I wonder if, he goes, well, I actually know those guys, so I can't really like give them credit. So maybe he just knew they never took it seriously. And Tom's a guy who takes his art very seriously. You know what I mean?
Takes things very seriously. Yes.
There's nothing wrong with that. It's just a different approach, and maybe like you said, they were much more tongue in cheek, but they continue on their way and we're going to hear a pair of tunes from their 1991 record called Choir of Horrors, but definitely Testimony of Ancients, Pestilence era. That's kind of the vibe I sort of get, especially from the title track. That death thrash kind of mixture that Pestilence was so good at, especially in those first couple records. And
it felt like something that Century Media would have put out in the first couple records.
Okay, I could see that.
It's got like some more gothisms to it.
And okay. I was thinking more maybe Roadrunner in the early years, but yeah, I could early Century Media too. I think because my brain was just on like your Gore Guts and Pestilences and some of those kind of bands, I suppose. That toe that line. Morgoth, that'd be a fun episode to do down the road too, because that's a band I like a lot, but I haven't like spent the dedicated time on them.
They're also a deceptively simple sounding band, where you're like, I get it. This is the sound, but there's something about that guitar tone, and it's like a deceptively simple thing going on there. Because at first I was like, these guys they're boring, and then you listen to it more and more, like, oh, okay, I get where they're coming from. It's it's atmosphere. It's not just not throwing out 10 ideas, per song.
Did you put Morgoth in with like your Asphyxes and those kind of bands, or did you see them as kind of separate from that kind of approach?
I don't know. They were so weird. They were German.
Yeah.
And
Dutch. Yeah.
Everything like the only thing that like relevant to me at that point was Creator. That was kind of in the German scene. I think because when was the first Morgoth record come out?
1991.
So that would have been what, Coma Souls?
Yeah, Coma Souls is 90. Yeah,
90.
Expressions 89. So yeah.
Yeah, so 89, like that's what I was thinking of, like Germany. It didn't seem like much was happening right there. I wasn't paying attention to Destruction at that point. It was, it was just
Sodom was
EP in the first record, and Sodom I didn't pay attention again until Tapping the Vein.
Yeah.
I had some of the earlier stuff, but
yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, Morgoth's just a weird band because they never really seem to fit anywhere particularly. No. But they made sense that they were on Century Media. That was the part that made sense. It's just they didn't really fit with like a scene that I could kind of like, throw. So
yeah.
Yeah, definitely vibes of that. I could definitely, now that you say Morgoth, I can kind of hear some of that.
But Pestilence for sure. That's something I put down. I put like it's almost a mashup of Pestilence and Norwegian early death metal and black metal. Yeah,
they toe the line. They're this proto kind of thing, especially when you go back to their stuff in the 80s. Like, who are they influencing, and who, where were they taking their ideas? Obviously from Frost and Hellhammer originally, but like they're just kind of doing some weird things, So
yeah, almost like more not gothy, but more. There's more texture to it than most other things.
Which Frost does too, especially when you get to the Millennium and stuff. So like there seems to be this like, I don't know, it's there, There's definitely an interesting vibe to what Switzerland kind of puts on the table, even if it's limited. Um, Northern Command's an interesting tune as well. You get some acoustic elements that kind of fuse into the song perfectly near the beginning. And when they lock into that riff, about a minute 15 into Northern Command, it reminds me of like Seasons in the Abyss when it kicks in after that like long little intro when Lombardo's kind of doing the little like drum fills and stuff, and then all of a sudden dun 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 dun.
Yeah.
That's the vibe I got from Northern Command, and maybe I was just thinking about Slayer a little bit last night when I was listening to this, but it's fun. It's a fun tune. I mean, you can tell this album has two new members on it compared to the last record, that adds a little bit more to the creative process. But even the record after it's not bad. I've checked that out before. And so, I can't speak to stuff beyond that. I know they're still around. I did listen to a newer Messiah song today just to see how it sounded. And they did like an updated version of Extreme Cold Weather, and it was fine. It was a little like too good. It was like too well played. Like, I wanted it to still
That's
be
the thing with them is they work better when they're punching above their weight a little bit, and they don't exactly know what they're doing.
Yeah, I appreciate that about them.
Yeah, and like I mean, there's definitely like the earlier the opening part there. I got like vibes of Tiamat, and then it kicks into like Agent Steel, like full on speed metal.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, yeah. So Tiamat, I kind of think Tiamat when I hear Seasons of the Abyss a little bit, that same kind of like spectral vibe, eeriness, but beautiful eeriness, I suppose. So, speaking of Seasons of the Abyss, I long for these days when like a student randomly walks in and is like, what Slayer song should I listen to? I've been kind of getting into Slayer lately. It's like it brightens my day as like an old person for like a young person to come in and be like, I was like, well, no, you can't go wrong with Seasons of the Abyss or some South of Heaven. We're just kind of talking about that sort of stuff. He's like, yeah, I'm really into War Ensemble. I'm like, hey, that's a good one too. It's like just made my day. And then he exits out. So it was good. So I was just talking about Seasons the other day to some students, but
nice.
Then we're going to hear from Max. Max from Sepultura kind of talks about this idea of we're about to get into the two most important bands from Switzerland, Frost and Coroner here. And he draws these allusions to like how when a lot of the Brazilian metal came out, people were like, wait, there's metal in Brazil? Isn't Brazil all about like sunshine and, Mardi Gras or Carnival?
Yeah.
Which is Mardi Gras. But like, these cultural soccer, blah, blah, blah. And that like, there can't be this like evil side to it. And he kind of compares it to, Switzerland and the way that like people kind of have this, mispronunciation. He tells a really funny story about how he used to think about, that Celtic Frost lived in like the snow-covered mountains, like in isolation and stuff like that. And he always wanted to have that image of the Swiss Alps, like with Tom G and them like living up in there. So pretty funny. And that's kind of
it's almost the same as death metal in Sweden.
Yeah,
it's this like suburban, thing. It's like everywhere, anywhere where there's like kids that are bored and they're not being, they don't have enough shit going on. Like they need to make up this new, mythology or whatever.
Sure.
It's there. It's all in kids.
I know. Tom G kind of talks a little bit about how one of the formative things that happened when in the early 80s was there was these sort of like youth riots that happened in Switzerland where they'd invested a whole bunch of like tax dollars into like rebuilding like the opera house in his community. And a lot of the younger people had like lobbied for them to build like community centers for kids or just give a shit about kids in general. And like the older generation just like didn't care. And so there was actually like a youth riot in Switzerland. I don't know if he was part of or he witnessed it. And he said that like that kind of awoke like a hunger in him to be kind of a rebel spirit, if you will, and so even though Switzerland gets this reputation of being maybe kind of like a, it's like a neutral, it's a living symbol of peace in a lot of ways. That there was this sort of boredom and this like discontent that was there, even if it is a fairly like, safe country and wealthy and affluent and things like that. There's still like, what was the conversation they had in the Until the Light Takes Us documentary that like in Norway, it was like life was almost like too good, and so they had to like create some like anger or
Some
create
adversity.
yeah, it's kind of interesting. So
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, death metal can
Complacency like breeds interesting new shit usually.
yeah, it can. I mean, obviously, oppression and opposition does as well, like creates
Yeah.
great art, but even the opposite of it can sometimes the sort of general malaise of boredom,
Yeah, I think the malaise almost, at least in modern times, I think the malaise makes more interesting things than oppression or perceived oppression.
it can, yeah, because a lot of times oppression has already, I don't want to say played itself out, but it's already sort of spoken its truth, and now it's just sort of on repeat, maybe,
Yeah.
where you might get something like, just maybe something a little bit left of center, almost, so. But after that comment, we're going to get a trio of a rollicking trio of Celtic Frost tunes from to Therion. They're kind of 85 masterpiece, and one of these, I don't know if we said this on mic in the first set or if this is something we were kind of talking about before, but there's too much to say about Celtic Frost, obviously, and
well, it can be summed up in one word.
Yeah, I didn't know if that's where you're going. I was taking a guess.
Or you could say, "Hey," as well.
Yeah. You know what I miss? I miss the account on Twitter, X, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But whenever you make a Celtic Frost reference, the Celtic Frost
He'd send you
ooh, yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah, I don't think it exists anymore. The person running it, maybe got off Twitter or whatever. But
It's a shame the world's a darker place now.
It's a worse place now. I also don't see a lot of nihilist Arby's, which was another one of my favorite accounts that I followed on Twitter. So I don't know if you ever followed that one, but it would be like, slit your wrists, like put your head through a fucking wall and go buy a roast beef sandwich, Arby's. Like it would just be like these really horrific statements trying to sell you.
There was something that happened with Arby's. This was even like when Jon Stewart was still on the Daily Show, where he would shit talk Arby's for no reason.
Yeah, it was like a thing. I don't know. I've always enjoyed Arby's. I mean,
Arby's was always like the high end fast food, coming from a small town in the Midwest.
They have really good chicken strips, man.
After church, we would get some roast beef sandwiches. That would like got me through the whole thing.
Okay. See, yeah, you were a big fan. I'm like the chicken strips guy there. I'm a little basic.
I'm a beef and cheddar guy. I'm a beef and cheddar purist.
Well, they had those like sliders with jalapenos on them, right, or something.
Those are they always impress me.
Yeah, they're good stuff.
For trash, I really enjoy it. It's better than
Taco Bell. Little
advertisement
for Arby's for those of you who are international fans, don't worry about Arby's. You don't really need to. So, but if you're
ever got the meat, Ving Rhames has still got a job. Thanks.
He's still doing it. Yeah. But speaking of Frost, obviously, we've done a whole episode on them. Clearly, one of the most important bands in metal history. And
I've done a book about them. I've got a tattoo on my arm about them.
Could we have retold the whole story of Celtic? We could have, but that's not the point of this episode. The point is just to put a little bit of the Swiss thrash in context. And I would say that, I don't know, To Therion is maybe their most thrashy record. Morbid has some of that, but it's still like a little bit in the Hellhammer camp, a little more. It's a little more primitive.
Temega, I think, is such a sea change for anything like it. When people just listen to thrash and they heard that blew everybody away.
Yeah,
that was a sea change from thrash to extreme metal.
Well, I think like Frost were never pure thrash by any means, but they certainly drew from thrash and influenced thrash. It's both. Like,
I think just like Voivod.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. Yeah, and that's a good touchdown band, especially as we approach Coroner, because Voivod and Coroner have a lot in common in certain ways.
Like Voivod, they brought the punk in that Celtic Frost brought in, like Venom black metal into that whole thing.
Yep. So I guess for fear of not really doing them justice, we're not gonna really talk that much about them. About that, like. There's so much to talk about that just even getting like a little bit into it, it's just like almost like what's the point? But
Yeah,
But I think
everybody
like,
knows these songs. These are like cultural touchstones in extreme
should.
metal.
Yeah, exactly. So you're going to hear a triad of songs here as kind of a sample, just so you know that they're part of this Swiss story. And then like our focus will kind of shift to the relationship that they had with a band like Coroner and some of that. But
I think it also shows how great they might not have been like the greatest musicians, but they were incredible songwriters.
yes,
Incredible.
yeah, really. I mean, Usurper and Jewel Throne have all these like really super fucking catchy elements.
And with Reed
Um,
St. Mark on drums, like he was probably the most prolific musician out of the bunch.
Yeah, yep. But just the groove that he's able to, the propulsive groove that you hear in all these songs too, this like towing that line between death and thrash. Um, Jewel Throne, you hear a little bit of that procreation of the Wicket kind of riff, kind of making a little bit of a meandering kind of thing. It's a little more ominous and mid-pace, maybe not as direct until like, you get to the midsection where you get a little thrash gallop kind of going and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I also decided Fainted Eyes is not a song that gets a lot of love. So I thought it'd be kind of fun to play that one instead of one of the more obvious ones. But you got some good thrash philosophy, cool bass licks, and lots of good fucking headbanging riffs here, So it's just a cultural touchstone, with the Geiger cover and
Yeah, it
all
was everything about it, because with Alien being like bring Geiger to the mainstream as far as like who's this weird Swiss artist making this shit, and then like you look at that like God, this stuff is like perfect for heavy metal covers, and then boom, here you go.
There you go. And so so Frost, had been around from Hellhammer, since like 83. And by the time you get to here, they're kind of at the midpoint of this sort of interesting journey that they're about to sort of take when they start to get more into the experimental stuff. So, you can't go wrong with any of the stuff that they were put out in the sort of mid to, really up till into the Pandemonium. And then I think it gets a little dicier, but that's
it just gets different.
It's just different. Yeah, exactly.
Well, if you notice nothing after that point, or the record that he likes to disavow is not on any of the box sets or anything. So
yeah. But so let's get into it. Let's kind of finish our last kind of background on stuff that was sort of leading towards and maybe influencing Coroner, or at least kind of part of this little scene here. So we're gonna hear a pair of tunes from Messiah's Choir of Horrors record from '91. We'll hear from Max from Sepultura. Then we're going to hear a trio of Celtic Frost tunes from To Mega Therion from 1985, The Usurper, Jewel Throne, and Fainted Eyes.
metal and rock breaks down those stereotypes, you know. Because even in Brazil, if you look at the stereotype of Brazil, it's like beaches, football, you know, girls in G-strings in the beach, you know, and coffee, you know, and Pelé. And then you have us. Death metal, you know, was not supposed to happen, but it did. And it was, people were like, why Brazil? Why there's metal coming from Brazil? Later on, they found out another side of Brazil was really poor, third world. People were pissed off. People like us, like me, that grew up without money, we were rebellious, you know, for real. So I don't think the fact is from Switzerland because it's like banks and clean and organized would have got in the way. I don't think. In fact, me and my friends, when we used to talk about Switzerland, about Celtic frost, we always imagined like the Swiss Alps and cold, and we always thought maybe Celtic frost lives in a cavern in the Swiss Alps. That's our imagination, you know. It was kind of like that. We like to, you know, imagine they were like really kind of cool barbarians living in the mountains, and of course they weren't, you know. That was just us imagining that.
eternal frontier. Navigate from the dual throne to the portal of infinity. To a throne.
That was Fainted Eyes, Jewel Throne, and The Usurper from Celtic Frost. Then we heard Choir of Horrors and Northern Command from Messiah from the Choir of Horrors record. So here we are, Mark. Now it's time to kind of set the band up that we kicked this whole episode off with, and I've got some history for us, a little history lesson. For those of you that don't know, that's what I teach, and so we'll kind of throw some stuff together. I was telling Mark it was pretty fun. I was a little time crunched this week to get show notes and stuff. So today in my I teach a college class to high school kids, a humanities pop culture class, and we're doing Joseph Campbell Hero's Journey, and they've got to apply it to Star Wars. So luckily, we were watching Star Wars in class, and so then I had a Coroner documentary on my phone playing in front of me while Star Wars was playing, and it was subtitled because it's mostly in German, and so I could like watch it in silence and kind of like take a few notes while like other things were. It was I don't know, it was kind of a shit show, but it worked out all right. So basically, to kind of lay some of this out, and I've got another good resource that we'll be reading from too in this set from David Gelke, who just recently did the Scott Burns book and also did the Paradise Lost book and the Amorphous one. Is that what he did as well?
Obituary,
or is
I
it
think.
Obituary?
He might have done the
Okay,
Amorphous one too. I'm not sure.
I don't remember. I'm looking at it from afar, but I can't read the author name on it. But he did this book that came out in 2017, which I haven't read all of. I've just kind of like piecemealed a few things through, but it's called Damn the Machine, the story of Noise Records. Got a nice little forward from friend of Eclipse Requiem, Hansi Kirsch from Blind Guardian. And obviously Coroner is going to get signed by Noise Records. So there's quite a bit of detail on them in there as well. So between the two, we should be able to sketch out some of the stuff here. We're also going to start hearing from in this next set of music from Joseph Schafer as well, quite a few times, him kind of starting to comment on some different things. But basically the band was kind of started from the drummer, Marky, and he was a big Kiss fan, big AC/DC fan sort of growing up. Band kind of started as Voltage in the early 80s before they actually switched to Coroner. So even like Martin Ain kind of acknowledges that Coroner actually predates Hellhammer as a band, and so they're actually one of the older kind of bands of this scene, I suppose.
Totally different
but then
stuff too, though.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, exactly. But he was just kind of like, a lot of people think of Frost as like the beginning, and Coroner came later, but in a weird way, they kind of technically started a little bit before.
Yeah.
He had to leave for military service, and when he came back, essentially there wasn't much of a band left, except for kind of one guitar player that he still kind of worked with, and that guitar player was named Ole Amberg, and Ole Amberg will be in the early sort of Coroner as a guitar player. And it's interesting too because he'll leave obviously when Coroner starts to sort of become the Coroner we're more familiar with, but he'll later sort of show up on a record called Cold Lake as a guitar player for Celtic Frost. And so that's very interesting synergy, just how that story kind of goes into an Ouroboros almost, this kind of circular there.
The Celtic Frost that eats itself.
Exactly. You got it. Then they bring in Tommy Vitrelli, and his whole sort of thing that he kind of talked about was he had been a violin player, actually, quite a well-trained violin player. And I think they tell the story about how he basically realized that the guitar was way sexier than the violin, but so very skilled, learned musician. So he kind of knew what he was kind of doing. And once he started to take guitar seriously, he would just basically join up with a bunch of bands that already had a guitar player, and he would join them for a bit, steal every technique he could from the people he was in the band with, and then quit the band and move on to the next band. He's like a vampire or something like that, and stealing and moving on, that whole kind of thing. And he was actually playing in a band with a guy named Ron Broder, who of course will become Ron Royce. And their band was called Diamond. And that's when they sort of meet up with Marky. So these two are in a band. And they were joking in the documentary that Marky was reluctant to combine forces with them because the two of them had terrible mustaches that he hated. So it's really pretty funny. And then he kind of talks about how Marky kind of pitched them on the idea of like wearing masks, and he joked it was to hide their mustaches. But he had a friend that I think worked in a gay shop, like an S&M shop, and so they essentially like were gonna like wear like gimp masks, almost like what Samson wore. Was it the drummer in Samson that wore the gimp mask? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, was it Thunderstick that had like the gimp mask that he
I
was
think
wearing?
so. Yeah,
I
because
think
Sam, like Dickinson was as Bruce just had his he had like a tunic on or something.
yeah. So for those you don't know, we're talking about Samson was
Thunderstick would get just shit bomb drunk too and fall
yeah.
off his,
Yeah.
his
They were
stool.
kind of a C level, B level Nawabum band. That's where Bruce Dickinson, of course, came from before he joined up with Iron Maiden. But yeah. Yeah, and they were gonna wear these masks and then have like mohawks on top or something. But obviously they ditched the idea of the masks. It doesn't quite work out. But in terms of like where, as they're starting to form together, I guess their main influences that they started to talk about would be, Merciful Fate was a big one for them. Yngwie Malmsteen, especially Tommy on guitar.
Mhm.
Nasty Savage from Florida, who, you know, Wagner's done an episode, Radical Research has done an episode on Nasty Savage. And then obviously all those Florida bands like always name drop Nasty Savage.
Betraying Death and
Yeah, I think I've got their early stuff. That would be a fun episode to do because I don't know shit about them and to actually like kind of be forced to do something on them. I probably would come away because I like them. I just don't know a lot
I
about them.
probably know more about their history than their music. It'd be
Do you?
interesting just
Okay.
to like listen to the
Yeah.
music itself.
Yeah, music's good. I totally get how they were like a proto to like a lot of different things. So I can kind of hear in a weird way. They had kind of a progressive or technical sort of style in their primitive sort of stuff, which is I think why Radical Research guys are into them and why the Coroner guys would be into them because they can hear something a little different there. They're not
Well, they
just
were kind of the previous guard too, like, but doing something different
exactly.
from
Yeah.
all the young kids were, coming up with, Executioner and all this crap. And these guys
Sure.
were like at the top of their game for that, kind of that previous genre.
Yeah, it was like pretty much in Florida, it was like them and Sabotage were kind of like
Yeah.
the like old guard, I guess. But yeah, also, Coroner, they were really into Exodus quite a bit, and then obviously Slayer, Metallica, Megadeth, those kind of bands.
Definitely some Slayer we'll hear later.
The whole thing that they wanted to do, and this is kind of from the mouth of the band, is they say basically wanted to be innovative, they wanted to be hard, they wanted to be technical. And as you said before, to quote, they said they want thrash metal combined with neoclassical. That was kind of their whole thing. And it's weird because, we've talked so much about this in this episode, but Switzerland really was sort of defined by this like weird band cultural crossroads sort of meeting of different styles. I mean, even like a band we haven't really mentioned, that one of the biggest bands that came from Switzerland was Yellow. And Yellow was like, known for their, one hit wonder of Oh Yeah, but like that's such a weird fucking band too. Like what they were doing, like, weird krautrocky almost like kind of synth stuff, and they make it into two of the biggest movies of the 80s, Secrets of My Success and Ferris Bueller. It's like kind of iconic kind of soundtrack kind of stuff. The Young Gods, Celtic Sauce, I think we should do a poll. I don't know where you stand on this because I know you said you haven't seen Secrets of My Success in like decades, correct?
Is that the Michael J. Fox movie?
Yeah. So
I couldn't even tell you what it's about. I
my
think I know
poll-
more about Doc Hollywood than I know about that.
Hey, you know what? Doc Hollywood is a PG-13 movie, Mark, that shows breasts.
Yes, that's maybe why I know more, but
And
probably just because it came out after that. It's
it's not
I
very
was more
good.
into horror at that point.
But I will say, as a connoisseur of 80s comedies that I am, Seekers of My Success is not bad. That's the one I think I was telling you about that Quentin Tarantino was a big fan of. When they did like the 1987 draft, he drafted it and he was like, that's my favorite comedy of that year. And I was like, holy shit. And then I went back and watched it again. But there's two very iconic scenes that use that music. There's the one in Secrets of My Success, and then there's like the scene in Ferris Bueller where the principal's trying to break into the house and stepping in the dog shit and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Which movie, and maybe you don't care, but I'm putting this out to our listeners, give us some feedback. What's the better use of Yellow's? So yeah, if you're a fan of both those movies, who uses that song better as a kind of a montage? So I think that's the most
better
we're gonna ask in this whole episode is that. So but yeah, definitely like just weird vibes kind of going on. And like I said, I think like the idea that even though metal was difficult in Switzerland, it gave them a unique advantage versus say being an American band that might get lost in the shuffle. And I think Coroner, like I said, is a kind of a prime example of that. In terms of how they kind of meet Tom Tom met Markey and befriended him in 81, 82 when Hellhammer went to actually a five, when Coroner was like a 5-person band. Some of the guys in Hellhammer actually attended a Coroner rehearsal. And by the time Coroner like reforms with, now being a power trio, they sort of go to Tom and ask if he wanted to sort of first produce their demo, then write lyrics for the demo. And then eventually they're like, we don't really have anybody to sing in the demo. So would you do that? And Ron wasn't quite comfortable singing yet, and they thought, Tom's presence was going to give, this Coroner demo some gravitas, and we'll listen to some cuts from the Death Cult demo here in a moment. And then they kind of became roadies with Celtic Frost right after they did the demo on the To Therion tour, when they toured with Voivod and Running Wild. And Markey
in the U.S., right?
In the U.S., yep.
Yep.
Markey was a drum roadie and Tommy was a guitar roadie. And, Tom even admits around that time, I think it was in the documentary, he was like, I already knew they were better musicians than us because they are our roadies. And they were like doing things by tuning the guitars and the drums. And they were doing things we didn't understand. And we're like, cool, thanks,
Yeah.
But the reason why this was so important, this tour especially, and I'll read from the book here in a second, is it actually helped kind of filter their demo tape like internationally, because everywhere they went, everywhere Tom was being interviewed, he would sell people on this Coroner tape and give the demo to journalists and give the demo to different people. And so it sort of helped kind of like make it like it went viral in a weird way, in a way that like it was hard to do in the 80s with tape trading to get things to go that quickly. And
well, they're wearing Coroner shirts and stuff on stage.
Exactly. So much, kind of word of mouth. And because Tom was such a respected guy at that point, like I said, the gravitas of being attached to Celtic Frost and to Tom G. Warrior and stuff, I think really helps these guys get out the gate much quicker than maybe some of the other bands that had to go through a lot more sort of struggles to get signed and to get albums out and stuff. And one thing we'll talk about a little bit more when we come back, after we listen to this next set of music and we start talking about that debut record, is Coroner's pretty fully formed out the gate, more than a lot of bands are. I'm not saying that RIP is my favorite record from them, because it's not, but like they've got their shit together pretty quick. They're not, some bands start very primitive and don't have like a lot of like their core ideas. And I feel like Coroner had their like all their puzzle pieces more or less put together, but even by the time they're putting a lot of the ideas down their demo.
This is also like the second incarnation of the band though too.
That's true. Yeah, they've been around since 81, so they've had some years to do it. But
this is like, as far as like what they'll go on to sound like, I think you're right on with like they kind of had that figured out from the demo stage.
Yeah, and some bands don't, and that's fair. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's just one of the things that's like kind of interesting, I think, about Coroner.
Well, I think the power trio did nothing but help them.
Yes, yeah, and they have that same kind of power right out the gate that your Creams and some of those kind of famous power, Jimi Hendrix Experience, like
early Motorhead.
Yeah, you don't have to like formulate. You don't have to negotiate a whole lot. It's like, in a way, Markey becomes kind of the guy that's in charge of like the visual creative side. Tommy's the songwriter and Ron's the singer. Then it's like everybody's got their role and they don't really like interfere, and there's no egos there, and I think that's really helpful. So this is from the David Gelke book, The Damn the Machine, and it goes over some of the stuff I just talked about, but kind of solidifies it a bit. So here we go. It said, if Coroner's initial direction of melodic hard rock and metal would have floated in their hometown of Zurich, Switzerland, then the dizzyingly technicality of arguably metal's most talented power trio would have never come to fruition. Before the legendary triplets of Ron Royce, Marquise Markey, and Tommy T. Barron became an underground sensation and Switzerland's second most prominent pure metal band after Celtic Frost, the band employed the services of one Oliver Amberg, who, along with the aforementioned drummer Marquise Markey, real name Marcus Edelman, formed the core of early Coroner. After ditching the less interesting moniker of Voltage, Coroner became a live mainstay in the Zurich club scene, donning a quasi-Motley Crue look and stage show, complete with smoke and rubber dolls. That's pretty funny. I don't know what they're doing with rubber dolls, but which fell right in line with the music they were playing. As a common occurrence among young Swiss bands, the time came when the pivotal moment when making an attempt to go professional or retreating to the comfortable confines of civilian life had to be made. prompting the band's Mach 1 lineup to dissolve. Quote, there was Coroner Mach 2 when Marky and I decided to carry on as Coroner, says Omberg. The other two guys left the band. Marky and I wanted to carry on, and we recorded a demo tape with 3 or 4 songs as a duo. Marky played drums, I played guitar, bass, and I sang. Well, it was some kind of singing, he laughs. It didn't work out at all, and then he decided to go with Ron and Tommy, which was a very wise decision. We never had problems. We never had issues. I can't even remember why we split up. It was natural. It was fine. We never had trouble with each other. When I met him after 25 years, it was just like meeting an old buddy, like no time in between. My skills are limited, and I look at Tommy and what he's playing, and I can dream about it, but I can't play it. There's no disputing Tommy Vitrelli, usually known by his more recognizable stage name of Tommy T. Barron, was an improvement in the guitar department. Even though Omberg's playing has often been put through the ringer based on his stint with Cold Lake-era Celtic Frost, the guitarist must have been good enough to hold the attention of Edelman, whose blend of jazz and thrash provided the backbone most Swiss bands would die for. Yet it was Vitrelli's playing that would forever be in focus throughout Coroner's career, a talent harnessed at a young age. I started to play violin when I was 8, says Vitrelli. Then when I was 12, I changed to guitar because I saw Jimi Hendrix on TV and it looked way cooler than playing the violin. In the beginning, I didn't practice at all. I was really lazy. I was a bad student. When I hit 15 or 16, I started to play with bands, and I always chose a band with another guitar player that played better than me. I tried to steal from them and then moved on to the next one. Vitrelli's pre-Coroner band was Diamond, which also featured bassist Ron Broder, otherwise known as Ron Royce. After the all-too-usual disagreements over musical direction, Vitrelli and Royce split with Diamond and hooked up with Edelman. Edelman, who not only came up with the Coroner name, but also the band's visual spearhead, was the perfect complement to the pair's advanced musical skills. Even finding a direction, according to Vitrelli, wasn't very difficult. Before we played together for the first time, we talked and partied a lot. Ron and me, we've been more into melodic Iron Maiden-styled stuff, and Marky was into extreme stuff. We could find something which we all liked, and that was Merciful Fate. Maybe the vocals were a little special, but the music was awesome. We liked Nasty Savage, but I was also into Yngwie and guitar players like Alan Holdsworth. That's what I was listening to most of the time. Then you get into the heavier stuff, and I was listening to Slayer and Exodus and all those bands. The band's first sonic representation came in the form of their legendary Death Cult demo, which featured vocal contributions from none other than Celtic Frost Thomas Gabriel Fisher. Thank you. There's the bot working. Unable to secure a proper vocalist, Vitrelli said the band hunted high and low for a tried and true metal singer with range like Iron Maiden or Judas Priest. The band asked Fisher, who at the time served as a sort of quasi-mentor for the trio. I actually wasn't into his vocals when I first heard them. They weren't musical enough for me, says Vitrelli. But like other stuff, you get used to it. Then you hear the beauty and power. The same happened with Ron. We're really thankful for Tom. We just went straight to the studio, and he came in and sang with the 3 or 4 songs. At the time, I was learning to be a car mechanic. I was a hobby guitarist. I was the only guy there with long hair in the school. I always had black hands when I was playing. Then I started to teach guitar shortly thereafter, and that changed a lot. I was practicing more and totally got into it. That first time in the studio for me, that was the biggest change in my life. After this, I decided to break off from everything. I quit my job. I told my parents, that's what I want to do. I want to work in a studio and not work on cars. You can't imagine their reaction. My father was nodding. Okay, I knew that was coming. I won't talk to you anymore. But 2 days later, he did talk to me and said, if you really want to do this, it's okay with me, but do something. All this time, a lot of times, like all musicians who have money problems, asking their dad to pay rent for this month, and he never asked, even till this day. Why didn't you finish your old job? It was one man and one word. I really appreciated that. Before any real work on Coroner could begin, Vitrelli and Edelman accompanied Celtic Frost on their 86 North American tour with Running Wild and Voivod as roadies. The tour served as an eye-opening experience on many levels for the Coroner pair, including getting a first-hand look at how a full-scale operation functioned, even if the tour had its share of ups and downs. Going there for free with a band to learn and see how stuff on tour works and everything, it was a chance we had to take, says Vitrelli. I would have been happier if Fisher, had asked me to join the band, of course. It was great. Our demo was just finished, and every time Tom did an interview with some journalists, he gave the guy one of our demos. When we came back from the tour, all the magazines wrote about us, which was really good for the band. The tour didn't go too well for me and Marky. We didn't get a lot of sleep. Marky had to drive. That was the hardest tour I've been on my whole career. For me, when I almost couldn't believe it. When we were in LA, we went to the Rainbow, just the girls there. It was like, what the fuck? We met Lars Ulrich, Yngwie Malmsteen, Blackie Lawless with 2 chicks in his arms. It was like a dream. So there's a good sort of introduction to sort of, what kind of gets them sort of going. And, most of that you probably knew, but there's, maybe a few little things here and there. But I wanted to share one last thing from another book, and it's the only time I'm going to turn to this book in either episode, but it's one little short page that Tom G. Warrior writes this book. I don't know when Are You Morbid comes out. Do you remember when that book came out?
I would say
2000.
2000,
Wow.
2005.
Yeah, it's actually 2000.
2000? Okay.
Kind of hard to find now, right? I believe. I think
It was going for a lot of money at a certain point in time, but I don't know if it is anymore.
But it's called Are You Morbid? Into the Pandemonium of Celtic Frost from Tom G. Warrior. And this is
Kind
just
of before
one...
before the Celtic Frost kind of got reinvigorated and everything too.
Yeah. And it's got on the cover, it's great. It's got a Kurt Cobain pull quote,
Yeah.
It's a big influence because Cobain loved Celtic Frost, So it says, upon my return from the Tumega Therion sessions in the autumn of 1985, a Swiss band approaches me, asking me to help them with their demo. Coroner are a 3-piece with material somewhat in the Frost vein, although much more technical. These guys are among the few musicians with whom I can talk without encountering bullshit. So I naturally agreed, eventually ending up producing the demo, writing the lyrics, and even singing on it when they find themselves without a singer and shyly ask whether I would guest on vocals too. Coroner will later be managed by Andy Segrest and go on to be signed to Noise Records, and there are also further connections between us. As the Bauckham show approaches, the guys from Coroner agree to work for us as our crew. Marky the drummer and Tommy, an extraordinarily accomplished guitarist and guitar teacher, join us on the road. What can I say? Marky receives his introduction to the other side of Celtic Frost the night of the show. He shares a hotel room with Reed, and don't we all know what that means? An obese blonde has been hanging around the dressing room all night, and we had thought that she must have been connected with the local promoter. Not so. It's a surprise when she joins Reed for the hotel after the show. Martin and I hear the aching bed springs through the wall as Reed goes about his business. It all ends with a loud clang and noises of falling debris. Puzzled, we fall asleep. In the morning, we found out that Reed's bed has given in to the strain of our drummer molding his portly prey. Marky, pretending to be asleep in the bed next to them, has burst out laughing. Thus, and with the stimulating sight of menstrual blood-covered bed sheets, Marky is welcome to the avant-garde private world of Celtic Frost. And thus ends your reading from the fucking Coroner tour. So when they say in the previous section, when they say Marky went through a lot on that tour, it's not just the driving, but he was also like horrified to be part of some pretty odd situations, I suppose.
Read St. Mark's proclivities.
Yes. Oh shit. Oh my god.
It's hilarious.
So now we're gonna kind of get into this early stage of Coroner and the Death Cult demo. We are going to hear from Joseph Schafer for the first time, from, like I said, from Colony Drop, and he'll kind of introduce himself and stuff like that for the first time. We're also going to hear a cool excerpt I found floating around YouTube. It's like a minute long kind of thing. And it's kind of a recording in the studio of Tom talking about his vocals and then kind of like sampling a little bit of his like vocal approach. So it's like an excerpt from the studio. Pretty neat. And then a couple examples from the actual demo, Spectators of Sin and The Invincible here. And, I guess like the demo is cool because it's basically this Venn diagram of the primordial rawness of Celtic Frost Hellhammer mixed with like the technicality that Coroner will sort of have. So it's almost like a mashup or like a team up for one like kind of album. And I don't know, I knew that you would love this demo. I was like, oh, this will probably be like one of Mark's favorite things on the whole episode because obviously Tom and just that sound. But what were your kind of takeaways of some of the samples that you kind of checked out and kind of digested here in terms of what makes this demo so like interesting to you?
Well, I mean, I think with Tom being involved, and what their kind of duties were before this was done. Like it's definitely Celtic Frost Babies, if it was
Yeah.
like Muppet Babies or something.
Yeah,
But
no, it's like
but there's definitely
spin-off.
some more like thrash stuff going on. There's
I mean, Tommy rips a fucking blazing solo at like the 4:15 mark of Spectators of Sin, so he's already starting to flash some of that
oh,
technique.
totally. Yeah, but I think the framework of Celtic Frost is still firmly in play. But they're
Yeah.
really kind of emphasizing a lot of I think that lead reminds me of an old Sirith Ungol lead with
Yeah,
whatever that whatever that like high gain or whatever they're using, that like chorus or something on it that just makes it like just blows it up into the like right out front. And there's like a little Iron Maiden twin lead thing toward the end. They're still like figuring out what they want to be, but Tom being part of it kind of makes it's almost like some lost Celtic Frost EP, because how many things has
exactly.
he really sung on?
I know.
So it's
that's
like
what makes it
outside
so
of Hellhammer,
cool.
Triptychon, and Celtic Frost, that's kind of it.
Yeah, and so like for people that maybe have not
Polyon
spent time
Sun,
on it,
sorry.
yeah, following something, yeah. But I think like, for me discovering this, because obviously I don't own it yet. I'm trying to track down a CD copy of it, but
I picked up the record for $20.
yeah, so I just got to look for the CD.
It's on Hell's Headbangers. You can pick it up there
Oh, well, there you go.
on CD too.
I'll order it tonight.
That's
It was just it was such like a lost gem to sort of like spend some time with. And my assumption was that it would sound a lot more like Coroner. And then when
Mhm.
I started digging into it, I mean, it's a fucking like, Spectators of Sin. You've got the rhythm guitar that's very Frost driven, before
Totally.
Tommy kind of does some leads and stuff. And you said Sirath Ungul. I hear I hear a little bit like of the Kill 'Em All kind of some
Mhm.
flow a little bit throughout it. And even like there's this sort of part, not at the very like last 10-15 seconds, but there's a part kind of in the last minute and a half or so that reminds me a little bit of like 70s Rush, just a little bit. And
I think that's what I was thinking of. Was early Maiden.
oh yeah, and that could be too. Yeah. And because
But
Maiden was
definitely the '70s Rush and Maiden, shared a lot of
Mhm.
certain things.
Yeah, before Rush got like almost too I want to say I don't know what the word is, when they were
Like
still
Crest of Steel, that kind of era still.
still
Yeah.
very firmly like in the kind of hard rock kind of Sabbathian
Mhm.
camp. Kind of had some tendrils of in those early records, but yeah, it's a fucking killer tune, Spectators of Sin. And then Invincible, fuck, it's like Diamond Head meets fucking Hellhammer. It's like a
Yeah.
Nawabum opening, but it's like done through like the grind of fucking Hellhammer, and it's doomy and raw, and it's fucking sweet. And there's like a Mustang riff around 2 minutes. I'm like, okay, that sounds like fucking Kill 'Em All, Ride the Lightning, killing is my business type kind of riff that's kind of coming through, oscillating through the sound a bit. And it's like it kind of moves back and forth between the two moods, which is really interesting. It's like, okay, it wants to be a doomy Frost riff, and then it'll like speed up for like 30 seconds, and then it'll just like go back into this like swamp of stuff. It's cool. Another killer Tommy solo right around the 4 minute mark, just like the previous song. So
What's
they're
the it's that Sabbath, tritone thing.
yeah,
And then that
yeah,
last minute is just fucking crazy. I just put it kills.
yeah, fucking awesome. Yeah, for sure. Really cool. And then we get a tune that I didn't really know where to put it, but it shows up on the Death Cult demo a lot, even though it's obviously recorded post Tom a little bit later.
Mhm.
And it's a song that like showed up on the Doomsday News compilation. And I don't know how much you know about the Doomsday News compilation, but it was a compilation that Noise would put out, and they did different volumes of them. And this is volume 1. And listen to this lineup. We've done episodes, dedicated to War Comp and oh shoot, Projections of a Stained Mind
Mhm.
and things like that. So the sampler had this song, Arrogance in Uniform, this unknown, Coroner song that you couldn't get really anywhere else. Rage, Death Row, Tankard, Halloween, Voivod, Celtic Frost, Sabbath, Creator, Vendetta, and Scanner.
Wow.
It's a nice little piece of history,
Yeah.
and so getting that sampler in 88 would probably have been like, holy fuck, like this kind of mind blowing. And I think I read some kind of commentary from some people that did get a hold of it, and this was like their introduction to a band like Coroner, or their introduction to a, probably at this point maybe Voivod, because that was right around Killing Technology, again, if you weren't like in the metal underground, that was a great way to sort of be introduced to all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, don't forget about In the Eyes of Death, Death's Door from Roadrunner.
That's a pretty important one. I know a lot of people that talk about the 1 Century Black sampler, people younger than us.
Yeah.
That came with the match. What the hell was that called?
Century Black stuff?
Yeah, remember it was a Century Media
Was it like Firestarter or something?
Firestarter. That's what it was. Yeah, and it came with the match. Yeah. I mean, what a great fucking sampler that was. If you didn't know anything about black metal, like that was like
the Concrete Corner stuff was like huge,
Yep. Those were a big deal, So obviously it's a post demo song. I don't know. I think it's recorded around the same time that RIP's recorded. So but you can definitely hear the tech shred stuff starting to kind of be integrated more, less of the Frost stuff in there.
I think it's the first time you hear Coroner sounding like Coroner.
That's what I mean. Yeah, it's kind of the birth. Ron's vocals are sort of in there. It's got a pretty, again, I'm going to say this for every song, a really good solo, Mark. I don't know if you know this. Tommy's a pretty fucking good guitar player, and
good leads. It's got a bounce. It's got the obituary bounce in it.
Yep, less doomy, more bounce. Yep, it's like Bud Light. Less filling,
or great tasting, less filling.
Great taste, less filling. That's what it was. Yeah, and so you get a pretty good sampling of all this kind of stuff here. So we and then we're going to end with a tune that we'll talk about more when we come back, because it's the first official tune from their debut record, R.I.P., and we'll set all that sort of stuff up. So we're going to hear from Joseph Schafer, and then we'll hear about, Tom in the studio kind of talking about a little excerpt of putting the vocals together. Then we're going to hear Spectators of Sin from the Death Cult demo. Schafer will kind of, appear several times throughout in between some songs with different commentary. Then we'll hear The Invincible, also from the Death Cult demo. Arrogance in Uniform from the Doomsday News compilation from 1988. And then we'll end with Reborn Through Hate from Coroner's R.I.P. And we'll hear from a brief little commentary from Michael Ackerfeld from Opeth, talking about that particular record from Coroner. So lots to chew on here. Enjoy. All right. So we've got our old Requiem friend, Joseph Schafer. Introduce people to your metal credentials, Joseph, for people that may have forgotten.
Well, thank you very much. If people want like a deeper dive, they can probably go back into when we did that Discordance Axis episode, or further back the Tribulation episode.
Yep, indeed.
Love doing both of those. So I write for Decibel Magazine. I used to be editor-in-chief at Invisible Oranges. I'm one of the producers and head programmer of Northwest Terror Fest in Seattle, Washington. Come on out sometime. We'd love to have you there.
Yeah, I want to.
Well, I mean, for the listeners, but you too, man.
Like, I want to get out
a guest list anytime you want.
Appreciate that.
And Mark too.
Yeah.
And also I'm the singer in a weird thrash band called Colony Drop.
And speaking of weird thrash, because Colony Drop, we were just talking before we hit record here about one of your guys' primary influences, you would say, would probably be Coroner. So what is it about, before we talk about the albums, what is it just about Coroner that appeals to you on a personal level and has influenced kind of the band and some of just to kind of get things going?
Well, so to be clear, I don't know that everyone in the band has listened to a ton of Coroner, but I know that me and one of our guitarists, Ben has a sick tri-skull Coroner shirt. I'm actually very jealous of it. But I think, this is a band I got into when I was late in high school, early in college. And to me, they were like the logical next step after you've like listened to all the good Megadeth.
Yeah.
And
I
maybe
think of Rest in Peace a lot when I listen to some Coroner. I'm like, okay, this is like, yeah.
Totally. Totally.
And even
Yeah.
like the earlier stuff that's more, the peace sells and so far, like just the odd choices, just lots of odd choices. But go on. Sorry. I
No,
laughed. That's the thought I have.
hold on to that thought. We'll get into it. And also as someone who liked prog, and part of what like got me into at the time bands like 80s Metallica and what Mastodon was doing contemporaneously then, and what like Opeth was doing contemporaneously then, so we're talking early 2000s for me, was the progressive rock aspect. And like the other thing about Coroner is like when they were making records, people called them like the Rush of thrash, like this incredibly tight and conceptual power trio. And something about that really appealed to me. So yeah. I think that's where I started. And I think it's interesting that Voivod is sort of has the longer tail or the bigger fan base. Voivod's kept going. And Calling Drop takes a lot of influence from Voivod too, like specifically like the sci-fi lyrical aspect and the artistic direction, and the D beats. Like there's more punk in Voivod than there is in Coroner, I think. But I actually think Coroner in general, well, how's this? When Coroner are firing on all cylinders, they write better songs. Maybe that's like blasphemy for me to say, but we'll get into it. But like when Coroner are at full power, they are some of the best songwriters in metal, I think. That's my take.
I like it.
Von seiner Seite her...
bis zum Solo singe ich gerade nochmal, weil am Schluss bin ich erst so richtig und so weiter. Oder?
Wenn du hast dabei sein und etwas zu sagen kannst in der
level 170 overhead, Billy.
because I think that the key to this band is the Death Cult demo.
Yep. We're playing something from Death Cult. Absolutely.
Sick. I hope you're playing one of the songs where Tom G. Warrior is the front man.
We are indeed.
It is interesting to think of this band as his proteges. It's I sort of think of them in a weird way. You could think of them as like the enslaved to his mayhem. You know, the young whippersnappers who want to do the same thing, but what if can play instrument good? You know what I mean?
Yeah, great metaphor. Love it. Yeah.
You know, you think of Tom G. Warrior as that, like, this progenitor of black and death metal, but what's the band he actually like gave their start? It's Coroner.
Yeah.
That's wild to me. And I think you can hear the shadow of To Mega Therion and Emperor's Return and Morbid Tales all over RIP, but like it's such an assured debut. It's maybe not the most original thing, but the songwriting's fucking great, and they're playing fast. And what other EU thrash band was that virtuosic on their first record? Like,
yeah.
Fucking nobody. Like, you guys have talked about Sodom, and I love Sodom, but like those first two Sodom records, they can't play their instruments. Like, same thing with Creator, right? Like, for EU thrash, Coroner's the only band that, like, on album one they were good.
Yeah, right out the gates. Indeed. Yeah. So no, that's the thing I find most surprising too about RIP is just, like you said, the confidence of such a young band, you know.
Yeah. And they've got like a killer song on the, like, it start like after the intro you get Reborn Through Hate, and like most bands never write a song as good as Reborn Through Hate.
Yep, indeed.
Sick. In like thrash classic to me.
band was formed by another guy, a singer, and he had the Rest in Peace record. And I was blown away. I love Ron's voice. I'm not sure brutal is the right word, but it's just like what we say in Sweden, it's pondus, authority. You know what I mean? Like, this is how it is. That's how it sang.
You just heard Reborn Through Hate from Coroner's R.I.P., Arrogance in Uniform from the Doomsday News compilation, and then a pair of tunes from the Death Cult demo, Spectators of Sin and The Invincible. Along with our good friend Joseph Schafer and Tom G and Michael from Opeth, and lots of little sound bites there and different interview clips and stuff. So yeah, good context, I think. And what you get with Reborn Through Hate is similar to what Mark kind of said with Arrogance in Uniform, is you get Coroner. Like now we're cooking, you know. I mean, right from that opening fret run, in the pinch harmonics, you know you're in for kind of some unique, I guess, thrash metal, you know, neoclassical indeed. Kind of reminds me, this is where I kind of hear like the Killing, Peace Cells kind of Megadeth kind of choices, I suppose. What were you gonna say? Sorry, I cut you off.
Oh no, this is completely, to me, it's like Ozzy era Randy Rhoads.
Yeah, a lot of that. Yeah, Randy Rhoads was definitely a neoclassical guy as well. You know, the stuff he was doing on Diary and you know, Blizzard and things like that.
Definitely some, it's like that mixed with like Accept, like the speed metal aspects of Accept.
Yeah. And that's, I think, that German foundation just of a lot of like the Swiss metal in general. You know, it was probably, Accept was kind of in their DNA, you know.
But this is like, I think where they really kind of start to shine is where the technicality never really outshines the, not to make another Soundgarden reference, but outshines the songwriting. Like there's times definitely where there's less memorable stuff just because there's so much going on, but there's always that kind of propulsive thing going on with the rhythm section that even when, you know, the guitars are just going on for days, there's still something going on there.
Well, and Marky's doing kind of weird, some staccato kind of drumming that mixes in really well, you know. You got a pretty catchy chorus for them, you know. I mean, Ron's vocals are very varied, and the production on RIP is kind of interesting, and we can definitely kind of talk about that. But
it's I don't know, it almost seems intentionally like ducked.
Yeah,
you know?
And I'll speak to that a little bit later. I have a comment that I wrote down somewhere, but I think there's a purpose behind that, and I'm curious if you kind of think the same when we get to it. But
I think the drumming on this is like it has the same kind of nature that Away does with Voivod.
Mm-hmm.
That it doesn't seem overly complicated, but you know, when you really sit there and think about it, like this is like the pulse to the whole thing.
Yeah, Marky's doing a lot of really interesting things that are subtle and not flashy necessarily, but I think like it almost makes sense why his like favorite band growing up was like AC/DC, because that's the drumming we always talk about that really like locks everything together, you know, and has always been underrated, I think, by a lot of people in terms of
the
like
deceptively simple, but that adds the swing, or the, you know, in their case more like the hook or the bounce.
Yeah, the staccato,
for lack of a better term to it.
So I think here's what and we're going to give a little backstory to them getting signed and all that stuff here in a moment. But here's my overall, I think, thought on RIP. I think that this is a band that is coming out the gate. And I think like a lot of young bands, they are, and I think this is the same thing you can hear with like Megadeth on Killing Is My Business. They are trying to do everything and all at once. And it doesn't mean that there's not good songs, but I think they got a lot to prove, and they're like throwing all their chops into the table. And I think there's even like, I think in that documentary, Harris Johns, the producer of this, the kind of in-house guy for Noise for a lot of stuff, he kind of says like they were trying too many ideas sometimes. Like they were like pushing the limits like too much at times. And I think, you know, they're trying to flash off their technique and stuff, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's kind of awesome, you know. Like Hendrix did the same thing on some of his early stuff too, here and there.
They're trying to stand out,
and I think they pull that back a little bit more when you get to like Punishment for Decadence and some of that. Like
Totally.
they refine some of that like tendency. Like we don't have to show off all the time. There's kind of a time and a place for it. There's like a balance to it. And so I love RIP. You know, it's not my favorite of their records, but I think for a debut, it's pretty fucking good. And it has a lot of highlight moments to it. Do I like every song? Nah. Yeah. Like you said, some of it's not memorable, but I think, you know, Reborn Through Hate, When Angels Die, and you know, Nosferatu, the for an instrumental is pretty fucking memorable. But
well, it's
yeah,
like it's like Mr. Scary.
Yeah, exactly. It's
you know,
yeah, yeah. And in thrash, you know, one of the conversations like Joseph and I have at one point is just talking about how many like really memorable instrumentals in thrash were there outside of Metallica. You know, it just wasn't really like a thing you heard a lot in thrash bands. You know,
no, I mean, and if you broaden it out to more just, I guess hard rock at the time, like Satriani stuff.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
was like, you know, was starting to do that a little bit, and
yeah.
I'm trying to think what else, but it was all in that same kind of like, you know, musician minded kind of stuff.
But to me, what's really interesting, because we'll hear two instrumentals before the end of this episode, and both of them I think are essential to the records. They're not skippable. They're like,
yeah,
and not just like massive.
Well, I think they're almost better than the other songs.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's almost like they like link songs together in really cool ways, and they just do a lot of like framework. And like, you know, Coroner is at their best like when they're just like kind of locked in with each other. And you know, Ron's vocals, I guess we can kind of talk about this now. I don't know where the comment I made was, but you know, Ron's vocals almost kind of provide, I guess, like a tapestry for the rest of the band to sort of paint on, and they're just sort of there. They're very hidden and buried in the mix, like you kind of pointed out. And it's like they don't overpower, you know, like Tom's vocals did, you know, on the demo and stuff like that. And I think
Tom was up front with I don't know if it's a confidence, not a confidence thing necessarily, but like Tom and Celtic Frost, even in the demo where he's singing on,
yeah,
he's very like aware of where the vocal should fit in the song.
Mm-hmm.
I think it took Ron a while to figure that out.
I agree. And I also think like they de-emphasize the vocals because it is more about musicianship. And with some bands that works, and some bands it doesn't. With Coroner, it works. I don't know why.
Well, because I think because if you had like a dude like fuck, I don't even remember what his name is, the guy from Dream Theater who's more of an operatic vocalist. If you had a vocalist like that in Coroner, I would hate it.
Yeah, James LaBrie. Yeah,
it would be too much. Like,
yep.
You don't need every single person to be at that level.
Yeah. Yep. And like Ron and Ron's bass and obviously Tommy's guitar are like where a lot of the flash is. And that's why Marky kind of being the foundation and locking everything down holds everything together so it doesn't go off the rails or become too self-indulgent. And I think you're right. True. And Ron does the same thing with the vocals, like rein it in so you're not overwhelmed. And I never feel like overwhelmed with Coroner the way I am with like some tech death where it's just like, Jesus Christ, like I need to like pause because I don't even know what to concentrate on because so much shit's happening.
Yeah, I think there's very few bands that can actually pull that out. Like the first Necrophagus record did that pretty well.
Sure.
Where it's just like
a couple of Obscuras, I thought did a really nice job of that.
I would
do
that like you know, what the hell, Gorgux, what's the record?
Obscura. Yeah.
There's like a handful, but
yeah, it's definitely a balance, you know, like it's temptation to just like show off is always there, you know, and it's like reining that ego in for like the benefit of good songwriting. And I think that's something that
I think you like Death too. Like they never really went, you know, some people might say they went too far, but for my taste, I don't think they never went so far. I was like, ugh.
I think Chuck was he had such good songwriting chops. Like it was always about the song for him, even when he was doing crazy stuff. Like there's still like a great song in almost every little bit of what Death's doing, you know? So yeah, so I do think that's kind of the key to all this. So to kind of set the scene up for RIP, I suppose, basically Tom G recommended 3 bands to Noise Records, to the guy that was in charge. I have his name. I forget his first name. It's Walter Bach is the owner. I forgot to write his first name down, but he, the guy that was running Noise Records, him and Tom have a pretty contentious relationship, and that's kind of laid out in the book. Like they kind of hate each other.
Well, even with like those reissues that came out, like I don't know how many years ago that was now, 5 or 6 years ago, that all the Noise Celtic Frost reissues, the doubles, they did like the Creator stuff as well.
Yeah.
Like, Tom disavowed all that for some personal reason.
Yeah, and when you read the book, you kind of get a sense of that, and it's not that's an interesting conversation to have for other things. But a lot of it had to do with the tours, a lot of it had to do with the funding, the marketing.
Probably some royalties and rights.
Well, and a lot of the pushback against some of the cool stuff that like Tom wanted to do that like Noise didn't want to do, and some of that. But
well, Tom's such a visionary as far as the stuff's concerned that
he doesn't want to really compromise. Yeah.
And it totally makes sense. And I completely know where he's coming from, but
yeah,
back then like, that was even a harder thing to do.
Yep. But basically Tom went to him and recommended he signed 3 bands. And he said Coroner, Voivod, and Watchtower. And Noise signed all 3. So, good on Tom, for having like the vision of seeing like young bands that were doing interesting things. And all 3 of those bands are doing really interesting progressive things,
Mm-hmm.
So essentially they, the funny part is before RIP, before they went in to record, they didn't really love Tom's vocal style. And so they asked him to sing on RIP. And Ron even jokes in the documentary, he goes, I don't know why I had the balls to do it. He goes, but I asked if Tom could sing, but sing differently. Tom just kind of like laughed. And I don't think Ron like knew Celtic Frost that well yet, or like because he was the one guy that didn't go on the tour with them, right? So Ron was like the wrong guy to probably have that conversation. But basically Tom was like, yeah, I think you guys need to figure out what you're gonna do with your vocals. And that's where Ron kind of steps up and realizes he could do it. And basically from that point they get signed to Noise. They're sent to Berlin to record with Harris Johns, and basically Johns even says like he his limits were tested because the band was trying to squeeze as many notes as possible into each song. And Tommy even refers to RIP as musical puberty, where like you've got a chip on your shoulder and you're trying to prove yourself, and you're kind of maybe trying too hard in certain moments. The cover was taken, it was a picture of a grave from a Zurich cemetery. So that's kind of cool. And that was sort of all Markey, who was kind of in charge of all that. The problem becomes that they were scheduled for like 12 days to record it, and it ended up taking 31 days and twice as much money. So they're basically starting in the hole right away. And that's going to be, a lot of metal bands of that era. I think they even talked about like how nowadays, like, like they didn't even read the contract. They just signed it. They don't care. They're a young band. They're just happy to be signed by somebody, so like none of those bands had a business sense kind of thing.
Well, and you also at that point, I don't think you didn't know all the like tribulations that all these other bands went through with the labels. You just assumed that, oh yeah, this is how you do it.
Sure. And who knows how much Tom told them about Noise at that point, or how contentious the relationship was when he recommended them to sign,
Sure.
Yeah, and so they wanted 3 urns put on the back of the CD instead of band photos, and so that's why you have the 3 urns on the back. And I think they end up getting the urns from one of the guys in the band's dad, like was hooked up with like a funeral home of some sort, so they got to borrow the urns. So if you look at that, it's kind of interesting.
Usually, funeral homes and borrowing, those 2 words don't come together.
Yeah, don't go together. That's a plot line of Lebowski, and that's why they got the coffee can. And then they play their first concert ever, and their first concert ever is with Creator and Celtic Frost that they have to open for. And so pretty nice debut.
Yeah,
and basically the logo was inspired by Motorhead, and they
totally
sort of wanted to create that. And they even say like they have the idea like this logo would look cool on the back of like a jean jacket or something like that, And then
do they go into anything about how like the OB strip kind of like style of every album was set up?
No, not really. Not that I
Okay.
kind of know of necessarily. But then they did add the triple skull, came in a little bit later too, with the names on it and stuff like that. And that becomes kind of their defining
Yeah,
sort
because
of.
all their covers have like a certain, I guess after RIP, everything has like a certain kind of consistency to it.
Yeah, well, actually, I will talk a little bit about the Punishment for Decadence cover here in a second. So I'm going to turn right back to the Damn the Machine briefly to just kind of talk about them getting signed and some of the stuff that's kind of going on with that. But it says when Edelman and Vitrelli returned to Zurich, sorting out the singer situation was the first item to address. Still without a proper vocalist, the duties eventually fell to Royce, who reluctantly accepted a position he would never cede in the band. And while Royce's vocals never quite found their place in the grand scheme of things for Coroner, i.e., they were often buried quite deep in the mix to the point where he was occasionally inaudible, it completed the band's lineup and got them the attention of Noise. After sending a crude rehearsal room demo that was recorded on a ghetto blaster, Coroner was offered a contract by Walter Bach in early 1987. Usually what I do nowadays, I have a lawyer and I give him the contract, notes Vitrelli. He says, okay, maybe watch this point and that sort of stuff. Back then, we didn't even read the fucking thing. Nowadays, anyone can record a CD, no problem. Back then, it wasn't possible without a record contract. It just wasn't possible to make a record. We just signed and, well, it was just awesome for us. Coroner's first album became R.I.P., which was recorded at the Ever Faithful Music Lab Studios in Berlin with Harris Johns, comprising 12 songs with a whopping 5 instrumentals, 2 of which are the generically titled intro and outro. R.I.P. couldn't have been more different on a technical level from their fellow countrymen in Celtic Frost, the band they were most often compared to during the early stages of their career. Royce's bellows were kept in line, only peeking their head via the chorus on Reborn Through Hate. Fisher's guest vocals helped too. Yeah, I forgot Tom's on, I think he's on Reborn Through Hate. He's singing backup on that song.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Let's see, lost my place. And the Brooding Coma. So in turn, Coroner's debut was largely based upon the band's athletic rhythm section and Vitrelli's frenetic guitar runs. When I listen to it now, it sounds very funny to me, says the guitarist. For the time, it was great. We came out of the studio and then we had this album in our hands and it was like, whoa, we did it. We felt like this will be an album of the month in all the magazines. It was not. That was started with the third album, he laughs again. It was great. Harris did what he could. We didn't play anything twice, and that's why the sound is a little muddy, and he had to put a lot of reverb on stuff because sometimes the playing wasn't great. If I listen to other bands from that time, it's the same. It sounds like shit. So, shit or not, RIP's pretty, like I said, pretty assured debut full of, vigor and showmanship and stuff like that. So I think he's pretty hard on himself, but for 1987 debut, it's a pretty good metal record, there's some fat to be trimmed for sure, I think, but yeah, and then we're going to get into basically 2 songs more from RIP. Then we'll kind of start setting up Punishment for Decadence, which is the last record we're going to cover here in part 1. And for me, When Angels Die is kind of proof of this. It's kind of got brash songwriting. It's a solo that knocks most bands off their pedestal, but it doesn't sacrifice that kind of cold technicality. It's got a cool ass fucking section from 3 minutes to 3:30 that I think is one of the highlights of the whole record. But like you said, you can't really hear Ron's voice, and there's a few other things kind of happening. But it's a kind of pretty standard tune, but I think it's kind of representative of the best ideas that Coroner has when they sort of put these things together.
It's almost like the way they're riffing too. It's or playing the guitar. It's almost like a tremolo riff at certain points in it, and with Slayer rhythm section.
Yeah, I could kind of hear
what
that.
I got a lot of, and and there's almost like Thorn's Mayhem kind of thing happening in it as well. There's a lot more like proto black metal shit in this than I ever really thought about before.
Why do you think that is? Do you think it's because black metal is obviously not known for the musicianship? So is it more the way that the rhythms are held down, or just
I'm feeling more with guitar stuff where they do some kind of sweep or some type of picking thing, where it's some atonal picking that makes me feel the kind of black metal vibe.
I wonder if that's coming more from some atonal kind of classical stuff,
Well, I'm sure. I mean, I think most, if you look at black metal, it's mostly based off of classical ideas.
Yeah, that's true.
And kind of like, like turning them on their heads, or it's like note progressions that are very like emotionally evocative. I think that's very classical.
Well, even like John Cale, who got his start playing with like Lamont Young and some of those like kind of atonal, Tony Conrad, some of those guys, like he's coming out of classical music and then bringing it into, Velvet Underground and doing some of the weird stuff that he does there with the viola and some of that. So,
it's about some, like they're taking that musicianship or the some of the more classical ideas, but then really just kind of like like what everybody was doing with metal in the 80s was, trying to push things to that next level.
Sure. And I guess, like, how do you mentioned Randy Rhoads and you mentioned like Mr. Scary and some of that kind of stuff. Like, would you put any of the stuff Tommy's doing in like the camp that like a Lynch or some of those guys are doing, or do you see like a noticeable difference in like their kind of styles or approaches to soloing and things like that?
I think it's much less like Lynch and Yngwie and a lot of these guys. Like, these guys are definitely soloists. He seems more of like a, I don't know. It's not like upfront like that to me. When I'm hearing it, it seems more like a little bit more in service of the song than being like the centerpiece of the song.
Yeah, I never get the feeling that like they're gonna put a spotlight on Tommy in the middle of a solo and turn all the lights off.
No,
like with like a Lynch or somebody like that. And there's nothing wrong with that. People who have listened to the show for long enough know like we're fucking diehard Dokken guys, but
for sure.
Tommy's tasteful. He's like a tasteful fucking technical guy. And
he's about the band and not his own his own self-aggrandizement or whatever. It's always about the songs. Sometimes it's not as catchy as I might like, but it's always seems to be in service of the songs.
I think one thing that's interesting that when you said that, I had a light bulb that went off, because I think one of the things that's unique about Dokken is George wasn't writing the songs. Don was. Jeff Pilson. They were the guys writing the songs. And so they're like the anchors of like everything in terms of like the catchiness and the hooks and things like that. And George George just kind of came in and like worked around that, or like he had his like, okay, like here's where I fit my solo, and then the rest of it, like, you guys kind of do. And I think, say what you want about like Eddie Van Halen or Van Halen as a band, Eddie wrote the songs. And so Eddie has hooks that are a little bit more natural to him, and he can weave a lot of his leads in more seamlessly throughout the songs, especially in those early Van Halen records.
Yeah.
I think that's more like what Tommy's doing, because Tommy is the guy writing the songs. So like Tommy and Ron are the songwriters. Marky just shows up and plays once they've kind of written the songs and stuff. And so I think like to be the primary lead player, but also the primary songwriter, it means you have to be conscious of good song structure for the guitars to fit in, and not just like masturbatory sections where like everybody just does their solos,
Yeah, I think there's more subtlety to the whole thing, because I think Lynch is a great player, but I think that Don Dokken's a great songwriter. Yeah. But I think they're better when they're bouncing off each other and they're fighting with each other.
They're in opposition. Yeah.
Because like, okay, here's the thing that this is the riff that Don came up with. Like, okay, I'm gonna make this seem like it's fucking retarded. I'm gonna make this way more like catchy and throw harmonics in it and do all this other stuff. Like that push and pull really makes some of that stuff, like some of that music, magical.
Yeah. And I think that's like, your Lennon McCartney kind of stuff too. But like, I think of like 70s Scorpions where you had Ule.
I don't think anybody's ever said that Dokken was like, the Beatles, and I appreciate the hell out of that.
I just meant like those two guys fought, and some of their fighting is what created like the best Beatles songs, right?
I think
like,
contentious, like you've got a lot of big ideas with a couple different, personalities. I think that makes some of the most interesting music.
And push off each other. Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking of like the rhythmic guitar approach of like, is it Schenker, the other Schenker, Matthias, is like a Uli, right? Uli's like a lead guy. Yeah. And Matthias is like trying to serve the song. And I thought when those guys were at their like peak, like you're getting some of the best Scorpions records, of the 70s and stuff, so yeah, it's that kind of dichotomy, pushing against each other like magnets or something. So,
it was Rudolph and Michael, and then
it was Rudolph. Yeah, that's what.
And Mateus was, I forget what the hell his last name was, but
Jab or something like Mateus Jab.
Mateus, he came in after.
He's after
Schafer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he was he's still with them right now.
Okay. Yep. Sorry, I got my Scorpions guitarist a little mixed up there.
All right. Anybody named Rudolph, I've got I know who they are.
Yeah, you guys have a club. You have like a little private email that you guys kind of share with each other.
Oh, especially this time of year. Yeah, we gotta keep it going.
You gotta bond together. Is this like you kind of roll your eyes because all the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer stuff that's going to be thrown your way, or have you just sort of
nobody? I haven't had any of those jokes since I was in elementary school.
That's good, as you should. You should have.
Now, if anybody says how do you ask me to spell my name, I just said just like the reindeer. People
there
like,
you go.
Okay, is that with an F or with a PH?
I just get, for me, it's people that put the L in my last name. So instead of Hundy, I get Hunley. I don't know where.
Hunley?
Oh, that's the number one mistake. I believe there was.
Is it because the Midwest accent makes people think you say Hunley?
I don't know. I think there's been a Major League Baseball player. I think his name was Todd Hunley. And then
okay. It always sucks when somebody says your name.
And I know that Mr. Epple, one of our old science teachers back in middle school, he used
haven't heard that name in a while. Yeah,
there you go. He's called me Hot Rod Hunley. So I was like, okay, thank you. You're clever, but it is what it is. But
if you only knew that Hot Rod Pete Hundy was a guy.
As the same, and I didn't really share that knowledge that my dad was race car driver. So he's looked into my soul, Mr. Epple did, and extracted my true nature of who I was. So who knew? But yeah, and then we sort of end the RIP session with the intro, which is kind of a nice. I wish they just merged these things together. I don't know why they have to track these differently, but it's kind of dumb. But it is what it is. It's really one piece, and so I'll just call it Nosferatu. But
it reprises the same musical ideas too. I don't know why they break it up.
Yeah. But just an incredible centerpiece instrumental, and for a band to have vital instrumentals on multiple records, it's just Metallica did it, but theirs are different. Theirs are more like these meditation.
Which Big Four band does this remind you of the most?
Nosferatu?
Yeah.
Oh,
or not Big 100%. Four. Sorry, Big Five.
Big Five. Well, that's interesting. You just said Big Five, but I'm gonna say this. All right, let me say my piece and see if you agree or disagree. I said it's in a lot of ways this might be kind of a vulgar display of the power of the band in some ways, in terms of showing off all their stuff, but they level it out in a way that makes it sort of it just works. And I said that this reminded me the most of Megadeth's Wake Up Dead, where they're Wake Up Dead waits for 3 minutes before vocals finally come in, and they're doing all these exercises of different sort of styles and tempos and rhythms and things.
Yeah.
And I also hear a little bit, and I know you're not the world's biggest Halloween fan, but on Keeper of the Rings Part 1, the long song Halloween has this really incredible guitar solo that has these multiple sort of movements in it, and I get a little vibe of that. But I have this feeling that you're about to say something about Alex Skolnick, perhaps, because you just said Big Five instead of Big Four, and I never thought Testament, but go ahead.
Yeah, that's as soon as I heard it, I was like, this reminds me of Testament. The way the note selection, because Testament was always more of kind of a major chord sounding, more posy, thrash band, and Skolnick was definitely of that previous generation. He wasn't necessarily a thrash soloist. He seemed more of a hard rock soloist.
Mm-hmm.
But that was definitely, I was just total because he was this wunderkind of a 14-year-old or whatever when he was playing, at
with the Legacy, but before they became Testament.
What was the place in San Francisco? It wasn't Ruby's.
I know exactly what you're talking about. The place where Exodus was always playing. Ruthie's? Was it Ruthie's?
Yeah, Ruthie's. Yeah. But I was just like, Jesus, this sounds like something off the Legacy. I was like, oh, okay. It just has that type of like,
I can see that now that you say it. Yeah.
yeah, that more, Yngwie, more like class. Because I was always, looking back, Testament always seemed like they were more, like they've had more of like a foot in the 70s somehow.
Mm-hmm. I think maybe why I picked up Wake Up Dead is because the drums on Nosferatu are a lot more staccato and active, which
Oh,
they
completely.
are on
Yeah.
these cells.
Yeah.
And that's a like kind of why wake up, like all that, those kind of weird things that were sort of happening there.
Yeah. Oh, I totally get that too.
He has a little bit more momentum than some of the, like, who was it, Louis Clemente? He was always kind of like, no.
Well, he was the wet fart of the band. Like he never really brought much to the party.
Yeah, when Testament started getting better drummers, like when Lombardo played on a record and Bostaph, and then some of it was like, okay, yeah, now this band,
Yeah, and Gene, and
Hoagland and stuff too. So, so as we kind of wrap up, let me sort of set up Punishment for Decadence here, and I'm actually turning to another book from our old friend Jeff Wagner, and this is Mean Deviation: 4 Decades of Progressive Heavy Metal, and he talks about Coroner a little bit in it, as one would. And so this is kind of the setup for Punishment for Decadence, and they're going to talk a little bit about the cover here as well. So you kind of had some comments about the covers kind of being seamless. So here we go. Coroner came to the attention of the metal underground via 1986's Death Cult, a demo tape immediately noteworthy for its guest vocals by Celtic Frost, Tom Fisher. I should say Celtic Frost because that's how Jeff says it.
That's
right?
how he wants to say it, but it's not.
For reading from his book, I should do Jeff the honors of saying Celtic Frost. The members of Coroner had roadied for their fellow Swiss pals, and Frost's music had apparently rubbed off. The tape's 4 songs took a Celtic Frost meets Merciful Fate approach, though not very successfully at that early stage. No Death Cult songs made it to the band's later releases. By 1987, Coroner claimed a more individual sound with their RIP debut. The back cover showed the members' names engraved on cremation urns, and along with the album title, the band made a peculiarly backwards introduction. RIP showed massive improvements from the demo, injecting classically tinged melodies into guitar lines of frenetic speed that always maintained flow. Still, RIP was only a glimpse into what made this band so treasured to adventurous listeners in the thrash audience. Coroner's next albums really made heads spin. The next year's Punishment for Decadence showed a deadlier, tighter, more technical Coroner. Their acrobatic 4- and 6-string scale raping again pointed toward the symphonic influence of classical music, still a novel trait in that era of metal. Absorb mixed difficult stop-start rhythms with an effortless fluidity that became Coroner's trademark. Masked Jackal was memorable yet unpredictable, balancing key and chord changes between sinister groove and instrumental prowess. Arclight was a busy, eventful instrumental that featured as much melody as intensity. It was their equivalent of Rush's La Villa Strangiato, in that the band displayed their ability to tell a musical story without vocals. The rest of the songs maintained a similarly high standard, winning praise and notoriety instantly from the kind of metal fans that craved a more intellectual headbang. The European cover of Punishment for Decadence featured Port de Enfer, which translates to Hell's Gates, I believe. A sculpture by 19th century French artist Auguste Rodin, best known for his iconic statue, The Thinker. The black strip running along the side of the album cover introduced what would be a visual constant for every Coroner release thereafter. With an arty, shadowy picture of the band on the back cover and the song titles such as Arclight and Shadow of a Lost Dream, it was all pretty highbrow stuff for a thrash band. The U.S. Office of Noise Records, however, felt the artwork would fly over the heads of the average fan. They replaced the original design with something deemed, quote, more metal, a skeleton playing a bone with a violin bow. This was a compromise in Coroner's vision, something that would not bow to again. Drummer and conceptualist Marquise Markey, aka Marcus Edelman, stated that the record company, quote, thought it wouldn't sell very well because the metal audience would think it's another kind of music. That's pretty stupid. I think we should all be more open to other things. I would be much happier if thrash people also listen to other stuff. It's stupid to listen to one music direction. I'm into jazz music and 60s and 70s stuff. I'm a big fan of the Doors. To be sure, Coroner's love of classic rock resulted in some unlikely cover choices for a thrash band, such as Jimi Hendrix's Purple Haze and the Beatles' I Want You, She's So Heavy. So, but that's the story of the controversy with the cover. And from what I've kind of told, they actually intended the violin playing skeleton to just be like inside the CD. And without their knowledge, in America, they started releasing it with this kind of skeleton and the violin. And I've seen some reissues that have that cover before, which is unfortunate. Do you know which one? I'm sure you have the right one, right? With the sculpture on it. That's the one you ordered.
Shit, I don't remember now.
I'm guessing. I gotta imagine at this point, there's no way they're releasing the shitty violin.
Oh yeah, that's the one I got for sure.
Yeah. Okay, good. That's good. I would.
I mean, the other one I feel is like the classic one, but the one with the skeleton on it, because that's the only one I've ever saw before that.
Okay. See, the version I have has the right cover, so I've had one. Now my version
the one I got is, let's see.
So I have a Japanese version of this actually. So mine is a double. So mine is No More Color and Punishment for Decadence on the same album, and it was a Japanese release. That's the way I picked it up.
I've got the original cover on the new one.
Okay, that's good.
I was just looking at my I got it on Amazon for pretty cheap. I was just looking at, and then I got some I can't say what I got on here for Christmas gifts, but
shit. Okay.
Just because they might listen to the episode. Who knows?
Nice. Who knows? Yeah, so so now we get Punishment for Decadence, and this is kind of the last record we're gonna kind of be playing. So we'll sort of introduce it a little bit, then we'll come back and kind of say our goodbyes and such here, and talk about the last kind of couple songs. But basically, we shift up, just like Wagner sort of said. You get a proper single, you get a video for MTV with Mass Jackal, which kicks the album off. Along with Absorbed, which we open the whole episode with, so that you get this 1-2 punch of Absorbed going into Mass Jackal, and it's it's a good way to start your album. In fact, I would argue side A of this record, where the majority of the songs we're playing, is pretty fucking fierce. I mean, you lose something with side B because you got the cover song and then some other kind of bullshit that doesn't really work. But man, you go right from I've got the line up here. I mean, you go right from Absorbed into Mass Jackal, into Arclight, into Skeleton for on your shoulder, into Sudden Fall, and it's just like boom, boom, just lining the fucking dominoes up and just fucking killing it. So, were you familiar with Mass Jackal? Did you know this song before you bought Coroner? Did you see the video or anything like that? Just out of curiosity.
Oh no, not at all.
Okay. So what got you to buy Coroner? Just so the Noise Records thing, or a recommendation, or anything like that?
Like today, or like when I
back in the day. Yeah, when you bought this.
It was just like, it was one of those things. It was we basically had Celtic Frost, we had Crocus, we had Samael.
Yeah.
And I think from my recollection, I bought it sight unseen. I was like, okay, this is it's on Noise.
Heard enough about
Switzerland, Celtic Frost connection. Like, okay, I just need to buy this stuff.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. I don't know where I even heard of Coroner from. I just had it. Like, I just like one day
I thought the guys looked fucking weird. The guys looked really severe in like the old press photos too. Like Jesus Christ, like these guys look like they're fucking hard.
I think picked this up. I must have picked this up used, but it's like I said, this Japanese kind of double version that came out, I think in the late 90s. I'm not sure when my version came out, but I've had it forever. And that was the only Coroner I had for years. It wasn't until recently I picked up R.I.P. and Grin.
But well, it's funny, they took the whole Japanese obi strip, except they switched it to the right side instead of the left side.
Yeah,
and I think it kind of stayed consistent with it. I always dug that.
Yeah, I do. I like when a band has kind of like an aesthetic kind of thing that they're sort of doing across the board. I'm trying to think of other metal bands that really lock that down. I mean, to some extent, like Cathedral with the Patchett stuff, that was always kind of like a thing that sort of strung them together. But I'm trying to think of how you organize and lay out like a CD like that, where you have like the layout being the same way, not just like the cover artist being the same. I can't think of who else has done.
Yeah, because I don't know if they use the same cover artist more than once.
No, they definitely don't.
But they managed to keep that whole kind of Instead of a big logo across the top, it's like it's all in that little strip.
Sure. Yeah. So we're gonna hear Mass Jackal, and all I wrote about this, I said it's less showy than the RIP numbers. They're not insecure, and they're not overplaying as much. I think, if you had to criticize anything about the debut, that's my critique of RIP. I just said it's the piece sells to RIP's killing is my business. It's a more assured, more confident, more catchy, brighter. Production's really good on this, as you heard on Absorbed at the beginning of the episode. More songwriting craft. Tommy's still at the peak of his powers, obviously, with you hear 3 or 4 different types of guitar styles in Mass Jackal alone, and they're nicely balanced and technical and blended together and catchy all at the same time. What I notice, and I think what makes Punishment for Decadence like so much of an improvement, is I think Ron and Marky get better. This is like where you see these guys growing the most. Tommy was already great. We knew that. But it's like the other guys kind of start to close the gap on Tommy, and you're like, okay, this is a fully formed power trio now. Like, fuck,
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the Rush debut, right? It's good, but not until like when Neil Peart comes in, you're like, oh, now, we're closing the gap.
That's where it locks in. Yeah.
Locks in and stuff. So, so I think that's pretty cool. I do like the crowd samples that are thrown in at the end. That's kind of a cool thing you didn't hear a lot of back in the 80s, so. So we're going to hear this, Mass Jackal. You'll hear Schafer talk a little bit about this record. You hear Michael from Opeth talk a little bit about this as well. And then we're going to sort of end with a Sudden Fall, and we'll talk about that song when we come back to sort of set the end of the episode up. So we're going to hear Tom G talk a little bit about his feelings about early Coroner and some of his relationship. Then we're going to hear When Angels Die and Nosferatu from RIP. Then we'll hear Mass Jackal and Sudden Fall from 1988's Punishment for Decadence. So I guess, alongside Hellhammer and Frost, were there any other bands around that time in the early to mid 80s from Switzerland that were causing any waves before we get to, say, like Coroner, or no?
Not really in the first half of the 80s. And even the original Coroner, which was originally a 5-piece band, they basically played far more commercial music.
Gotcha.
But starting in 85, halfway through the 80s, some people in the Swiss scene started waking up, and Coroner were one of those bands, and also started playing heavier, thrashier. But the first 5 years of the 80s, no, there was nothing. I'm not saying that to make us bigger than we were, but I mean, I was there. There was nothing, and we were actually ridiculed in Switzerland for playing this kind of music. And I'm not saying ridiculed by normal people. I'm telling we were ridiculed by metal fans. And that's how isolated this kind of music was in the first half of the 80s in Switzerland.
Sure. So when you get to Coroner, where do they sort of fit into the equation and story? Because they're even kind of connected to you guys, correct? With him being a guitar tech and or doing some work with Frost to some extent.
Well, we were friends with the original Coroner, the 5-piece Coroner, and then they fell apart, and the drummer Marky reformed them into a 3-piece that was far heavier, doubtlessly influenced by us. And I'm not saying that arrogantly, but Marky and I were very close friends at the time and hung out all the time. And I know Marky was also into punk and into Venom and things like that. And I guess he reformed Coroner to do something like Hellhammer or Celtic Frost. And he was very lucky. By that time, it was a little easier to find musicians to play that heavy. We had a much harder time in Hellhammer. And it just so happened that we needed a road crew for various concerts, and then our first US tour in summer of '86. And I had helped the newly formed 3-piece Coroner in the studio. I had co-produced their demo. I had written the lyrics, and they couldn't find a singer, so I did the lead vocals on the demo, and then I helped them shop the demo to record companies. And they kind of repaid us by Marky becoming our drum tech and Tommy becoming my guitar tech for quite a while.
Yeah.
Of course, it also had benefits for them, because at every concert they were with Celtic Frost as our crew. They were able to network with the people that we knew, and I went on stage with Coroner t-shirts. We handed out Coroner demos and so on. So it wasn't just work for them; it also helped them to get a foothold in the scene.
do you kind of look at their sort of evolution and success kind of like a proud metal parent, almost in a way, where you're like, oh, like you kind of help give them a little bit of a push and kind of watch them sort of grow and evolve and become more technical and change and stuff?
Initially I did, and then there was an interview sometime a few years after the demo when they had already released one or two albums, and then in the interview they said, well, we're taking the throne of Swiss extreme metal away from Celtic Frost. And I didn't find that so funny, of course.
Yeah.
But it was probably the same effect as we had with Venom a few years earlier. First,
yeah,
they are your parents, and then you become competitive yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, our friendship actually survived this eventually, and we are still friends to this day.
Well, that's good to hear. Do you have any opinions on like favorite records from them, or anything that you've been like maybe the most impressed, since they kind of, became what a lot of people thought of as like, I guess, quote unquote, the Swiss, thrash scene, because you guys were really doing your own thing way outside of thrash.
Well, I obviously really like the first album, and I also like Grin. I think Grin is actually quite an accomplishment for that band. You could really see how they progress from album to album. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's a record that I've recently reappreciated. I saw them actually perform. Speaking of Maryland, they played Grin, or one of the songs from Grin, one of the longer songs at Maryland Death Fest, and I was like, whoa, this is a great song. And I went back and really, because that record often gets kind of slagged, right? It kind of was like, oh, that's, where Coroner made a misstep or something. But in a lot of ways, it's one of the more interesting things I think they ever did,
Exactly.
So when you get to the next two, which I kind of see as companion pieces with Punishment and No More Color, how do you put those in context to what was going on in thrash in America and Europe in the late 80s? Like you mentioned Megadeth, but like was anybody contemporaries with where Coroner got to on those two records?
I mean, if you want to be like a super deep nerd, you could think of Mekong Delta, like in a lot of the neoclassical, like the gesturing toward classical music that is in it. I think when it comes to thrash, Mekong Delta is it as far as that goes. You know, obviously, like Voivod Killing Technology, I think was kind of like a gauntlet down to people to say like, you know, get on our level in terms of like concept and also like tightness. So I think both of those are interesting companions with related to Megadeth also. And you know, you think about Sepultura, I think also in terms of like a powerhouse drummer. You know, Mark, God, I can't believe his fucking name is Marky Mark. It's weird to say, like,
I know.
Marky Mark, he's awesome. You know, he's maybe not a Dave Lombardo or an Igor Cavalera in that he's like reinventing the instrument as he's playing it, but to me, like Punishment for Decadence is him like absolutely saying I'm one of the best thrash drummers there is, I think. And I guess I'd also say, you know, as good as RIP is, and I think it's actually probably a little more consistent than Punishment for Decadence and No More Color. Side A of Punishment for Decadence is insane. Fucking Jesus fucking Christ. Absorbed is an amazing song. Masked Jackal is probably better than Reborn Through Hate. I think Masked Jackal is the first like perfect Coroner song.
I watched that video like 1,000 times, I think. You know, just seeing Ron do the you know, on the bass. It's like, how can you play that like that on the bass? So I've been a fan ever since.
You just heard Sudden Fall, Masked Jackal, Nosferatu, and When Angels Die from Coroner's RIP record in 87, and those last two tunes from Punishment for Decadence in 1988. So, yeah, heard from Joseph and Tom G there at the very beginning, and then Michael kind of geeking out a little bit about his love of Masked Jackal and the video and how much he watched it when it was on. Sudden Fall. This was a sneaky tune for me because I already knew Absorbed and Masked Jackal pretty well. And then when I was kind of looking for some of the deeper cuts on the record, I put on Sudden Fall and I was like, okay, it's a lot of cool parts just sort of flowing in and stuff. Some cool chant choruses kind of happening there. Marky's drums kind of overpowering. And then all of a sudden the song kind of cascades in this like cool little melodic part around the 2-minute mark. And Tommy's doing some cool texture shit. You get a nice little emotive solo. And then all of a sudden the Exodus part comes in. I was like, what the fuck? Like I haven't heard Coroner do like that, like Toxic Waltz, like mosh, like holy fucking catchy. And I was like, damn, I want more of this. Like I love the technical stuff, but like when they like lock into just these like cool, like groovy parts,
yeah,
it's fun, and I was like, damn. So hidden gem for me, Sudden Fall. I mean, I know it's not like a song that gets talked about as much as maybe Masked Jackal or Arclight or whatever, but I'm a kind of fan of this tune. I don't know if you have like sneaky songs that kind of caught up to you, but that's definitely one that I enjoy.
Well, I definitely got some of the Exodus vibes or the big mosh, everybody like, hold hands and run around in a circle kind of thing.
And there's something Marky does in the drums where he's like riding it in this weird way where I'm like, I want more of that. Like that is like whatever that technique he's doing there. I don't know if it's double bass or just like he's just hitting this oscillating thing that
I think it was like the chug with the double bass, which is I think very Exodus.
And it reminds me, you remember like how not the comic book guy, but the Judas Priest drummer, Alan Moore, on Sad Wings, how some of the, like the weird drum production, how he like really propels certain parts of those songs,
Yeah.
That's kind of the vibe I get here. It's different. I mean, he's not doing the cymbal shit that you hear on Judas Priest, but like that just propulsive energy just really works for me on Sudden Fall. So
totally. I also got the little kind of like not necessarily acoustic, but the mellower interlude reminded me of like Remember Tomorrow.
Yeah. No, it's
that kind of like era, which Remember Tomorrow is very like Judas Priest, Sad Wings kind of stuff.
Yep, absolutely. So yeah, there's a lot happening for like maybe in my wheelhouse of the kind of things I like on this. I'm not saying it's like the best Coroner song, but it just kind of fits my aesthetic, if you will. All right, as we start to wrap up things here, there's one last paragraph from the Damn the Machine Story of Noise Records book that just talks a little bit about Punishment. It said, R.I.P. may not be as auspicious as Vitrelli thinks, but the ensuing Punishment for Decadence is where the band hit their stride. A switch to Skytrack Studio brought greater clarity to the band's rigid thrash sound, as evidenced by the maddeningly complex classical action found on Arclight. The band's sole hit, if you will, is also found on Punishment, Masked Jackal, a song that remains a live mainstay to this day, even warranting the band's first video clip. Elsewhere, tinges of atmosphere started to creep into the band's sound, heard on Absorbed and The New Breed. In essence, Punishment is a beacon of European thrash, a full-on assault of maniacal guitar riffs and a rhythm section about as airtight as one could find. And I think, again, we talk about Tommy's guitar, but it's what Ron and Marky are doing and holding that pocket together is the key. And I think in a way, would you make this argument too, that I think that's the key to the power trio is that rhythmic pocket?
Totally.
Cream, Jimi Hendrix Experience, Rush, I'm probably missing some that kind of stand out, but those are like the big three that kind of come to mind. But even Sabbath is not a power trio, but they have that rhythmic, that Geezer Bill Ward thing that just like keeps everything together. And Sabbath was always simple, so they could almost operate that way. Who else did you say? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Oh, early Motorhead. When they were
for sure. Yeah, I mean they were only 4-piece for a little while, right?
Yeah.
Triumph
with Word Soul,
Canadian band.
yeah.
They were they had the kind of power trio thing sort of going on, but it's just crazy that three guys are creating this much music, but like it is what it is. I mean, people said the same thing about Jimi Hendrix Experience. Like, how can three people just be creating so many sounds? And it's like, well, when you're on,
people talk about extreme metal, like the easiest thing to be as an extreme metal in an extreme metal band is just the vocalist.
Yeah, that's true.
You've got to be either like you've got to be the like Corpse Grinder has a special kind of place in the echelon of that, as he's like leveling things up a little bit, but most people, like Ross and Immolation, like he's also playing bass.
Mm-hmm.
And like just being a straight up death metal singer is like extreme metal singer. But I think the whole power trio thing in general, I think, is a very I don't know. There's something just really. I think that's like the ultimate band setup for rock, hard rock, extreme metal. In a certain echelon of sound, but like something more like rhythmic.
Yeah.
To where like if you've got a good enough bass player, you don't necessarily have to have a rhythm guitar player. That like what Geddy Lee's done in Rush is like you'd never need somebody doing rhythm for Leibson.
Yeah,
he can do a little mix of everything. So
yeah, and that was the same thing, with Hendrix and what he's able to do, playing rhythm and beat at the same time. Eddie could do the same thing. I mean, weird way Van Halen operates kind of as like a power trio, because David Lee Roth just kind of run around doing his own thing. And I think what's underrated in Van Halen is the rhythmic center. That like
I think so too.
So much cool shit happening. Eddie gets all the attention, so does Roth, because they're the loudest guys, but like they hold all that fucking shit together. Otherwise it'd just be like kind of masturbatory,
I always forget who's the bass player for Van Halen?
Michael Anthony. Yeah. Also
Michael Anthony also picks up all the slack for holding
his
things in key. His
cool.
backing vocals are the unsung hero of Van Halen.
Yeah. I think he's one of the best ever,
Yes.
Probably up there with like I don't know. I mean, what Harrison did to back up Paul and John, was always like kind of unsung, and stuff like that. But yeah, definitely like in like the last few decades, it's definitely been Michael Anthony, So
especially when you saw them come out with David Lee Roth when they come back out on tour.
Oh, yeah,
and he sounds like ass unless Anthony is picking up the slack.
Yeah.
I have nothing positive to say about Anthony's haircut or his goatee, but his backing vocals and bass playing are absolutely solid.
He kind of reminds me of who's the guy from King of Queens? He's like if Kevin James was like that would be Michael Anthony.
He's a UPS driver.
He's probably just an okay dude, like he's not that exciting, but he's
going out with Hagar now too.
Oh yeah, that's
where they're doing. They're going to do, the Hagar era, Van Halen stuff.
Which whatever, good for them.
Cabo Wabo, man.
Hey man, if it makes you happy, it makes you happy. Yeah, I don't. There's some stuff I like from Hagar, but it's not my go-to. So,
he's my Red Rocket man.
I just don't believe in his aesthetics because I can't drive 55, like I'm a speed. I guess
that's funny because it's 75 here now in Michigan.
That's true. Yeah. So,
but I ain't talking about love. We're talking about music.
You're talking about love. No. Sorry. I'm trying to turn the corner here and I just keep laughing. So as we kind of bring things to a close here, wanted to just kind of share a few kind of messages and sort of feedback we've gotten over the course of the last couple of weeks here and there. Got something from a Patreon from Niles. He said recently finished Deceased and Sodom. Great characters, Tom and Kim. I enjoy the interviews a lot, and when you guys talk about the music and references you hear, everything about the records, artwork, producer, label stuff is fun. Sidetracks about wrestling can be a bit long, but maybe that's just me. That's what we're here for. Sidetracks, baby. Anyways, amazing. Just looking so much forward to Coroner. So that's cool.
Cool.
I mean, today, honestly, our biggest sidetracks we kept off mic. Mark and I just talked about like the culture of like Hollywood and movies and mass entertainment for like an hour.
Yeah, good hour, 20 minutes, I think. Yeah.
Wade Conrad said, really enjoyed the Deceased episode. It was awesome that you guys had King on and great to look at the earlier material. So many good stories with that guy. I look forward to an examination of Coroner, one of my favorite thrash bands and bands in general. Got a cool email from, is it Neil? Neil X?
Yes.
Okay. And you said he's the touring guy with Killing Joke?
Was.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
They're obviously done now, unfortunately. RIP. And he says, "Hi guys, this is Neil from Killing Joke and Disgust. Just wanted to say what a fucking blast I had listening to your anarcho punk shows. That was my teenage years right there. Really enjoyed them along with the typo shows. Thanks and keep it up." So that's cool. You know, it's always nice to hear from musicians and people and stuff like that. Mike from Deceased, Mike Smith, said, "Listening now, love what you guys are doing with the Deceased episode," which was really fucking cool.
That's
I'm
great.
glad that. And you have the actual guys liking it. Very cool.
Yeah.
King added a little wink, to that. So he was a fan. John Carter said, "This deep dive just made me obsessed with Deceased. Thank you so very much."
Is that John Carter from Mars or?
Yes, I think that is John Carter from Mars.
Perfect.
So, yep. So we aim to please. And then I think there was one more I had that I was going to share. Yeah, and then King actually wrote in. He says, I asked him if he had a chance to sort of listen to the episode. And he says, "I did, except the last hour or so. I need to hear that." He says it was fun. Dug the Seal reference with a wink. So that was good. And then he wants a copy of the interview that we sort of did.
Kiss from a Rose, buddy.
Kiss from a Rose, man. I heard it. I don't know. I couldn't unhear it. And then just wanted to do a shout out for a patron that we got last week. Shout out to Matt Holland. We appreciate that. I know that we haven't been putting out as much material, and hopefully our patrons are sticking in there and still liking what we're doing. And obviously, as we're getting closer to the new year, Mark, you know what that means, that we inevitably try to put together some kind of best of. Even though this year I think we probably have listened to the least amount of new music, so it might be a shorter episode, but fuck it, maybe we'll do a best of plus like old new shit that we've been listening to. How about that?
That'd be a better bet, because when I looked at the best of list, I was like,
there's a few things on Decibels that I was really into. I'm glad that Horrendous, which was my pick a couple months ago when that record came out, I felt really good about that sort of did well. Two Mold did well. So there's some things on there that definitely will come up. But if you want to sign up to become a patron to support what we're doing, all these sort of long work and research and stuff that we do into these episodes, we really do appreciate that. You can go to patreon.com/Requiem podcast, or you can go to requiemmetal.com and click on the Patreon link there to sign up. $5 a month, $7 a month, really anything is nice. We really greatly appreciate that, because I spent some money. I had to pick up some of these things, and I know you did as well, buying books and all the different materials, hosting websites, editing software. And so
I mean, this episode, I don't know, I spent probably $60.
There you go.
65 bucks easy.
Yep.
And, hour wise, like, I don't know, I probably put in like 7 hours, 8 hours into listening and making notes and stuff.
So we do appreciate it. I know that we do this out of love. We do this.
We do it for free, but it's nice to have a little bit of extra.
It's nice to get feedback too. So if you want to shoot us some feedback, you can send an email to requiempodcast@gmail.com. Or you can check us out on Facebook, Mark and Jason and Mark actually, or on Twitter @Podcast Requiem, or just look up Requiem Metal Podcast. I still call it Twitter. I don't know, X, whatever the fuck it is. We are on Instagram.
Formerly known as Twitter.
Yeah. Instagram as well. I try and post new episodes and stuff there, but lately I barely am existing as a human on a social level, let alone trying to run social media accounts for the podcast as much as I want to. So apologize.
I do it once a month on Instagram. So
so it is what it is, but I know that a lot of our audience are not like young, hip, tech savvy people as much as, just people that enjoy what we're doing. And
Jordan Bondo is a young,
hip,
and awesome person.
I have had a couple people reach out to me and be like, "Hey, are you guys doing new episodes?" And I had to kind of, I think they were subscribing on Apple Podcast, and they missed the new feed information, so I got them hooked up there.
Okay, good.
I think Spotify and a lot of the other hosting sites just merged, but we had some trouble because I think couldn't figure out the login for the old Apple account, and so we had to run a whole separate feed. So there's actually 2 Requiem feeds that exist on the Apple Podcast system, but I think the last one stopped updating back in like the spring. That's when we kind of ended that one.
Yeah, I mean that thing was going for fucking 16 years.
No, and it's a bummer because that's where all our comments and things are and stuff.
Yeah.
So
I could not figure out how to get that to.
I know, and I tried to
thing,
write
so.
but I know you're gonna find this surprising. Apple's a pretty big company, and they don't care about probably like questions like that. So I think I just
no, they don't give a shit.
But yeah, so if you can leave us a rating on either Spotify or Apple Plus,
we have a very good Spotify rating right now.
Yeah, we do. We always had a good one on Apple as well.
Yeah, we've always had 5 stars.
So we do appreciate that. I know some people complain about our long episodes, but fuck it, we're doing what we can. So
if you don't want to listen to a long episode, just don't listen to it.
Just pause it. That's what I mean. Just listen to like the first talk set, take a break.
If you don't like, who would not want a longer version of a movie or something they cared about?
That's my feeling. It's not like you got to get to the end for the plot to make sense.
Yeah.
We
have no commercials.
Yeah.
We do exactly what we want to do. We don't make money on this. We recoup a little bit of money with the help of patrons.
Yeah.
We don't have any type of advertising or anything on this. Is all educational based entertainment.
Yep.
So if it's too long, I apologize, but go see if you can find something else any better.
for the deep dives for you. So
for deep dive metal stuff, like, come on, it doesn't exist.
Absolutely. And so we're gonna kind of close out with a pair of tunes here, Arclight and Skeleton on Your Shoulder, and they kind of fit together. Arclight kind of bleeds right into Skeleton on Your Shoulder. In fact, all these songs really fit together on side A, which is quite a motherfucker of a side. I think I mentioned that before, but you go from Absorbed into Mass Jackal, into Arclight, into Skeleton on Your Shoulder, and then into Sudden Fall. So like boom, 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 just 5 dominoes right in a row. And
and Skeleton on Your Shoulder has some good black magic vibes from Slayer.
Yeah. Here's what I got with Skeleton on Your Shoulder. A little bit of that, a little early Metal Church. Kind of watch the children play. Lots of fucking Allison in Hell. Kind of,
I didn't put that together.
A lot of stuff that you hear, with that band. Why am I, what the fuck? Why can't I think of the thrash band, the Canadian thrash band that wrote Allison in Hell? I'm just drawing a complete blank here. We've been recording for too long.
What is?
I know, isn't that crazy? So, but like the stuff that Jeff does on that record is very like kind of comparable to some of the approach that like Tommy takes to sort of a guitar and things like that in terms of shredding and doing a lot of kind of technical stuff, but yet it has like a lot of like heart, Annihilator.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Jeff Waters, right?
Yep, Jeff Waters. And so I think there's
God, man. I was just spinning my wheels there for a minute.
I know. So you've got, you got Voivod, you got Coroner, you got Annihilator, you got early Megadeth, so some of the tech thrash is like a thing. You've got Mekong Delta, which was I think a German band that's doing some tech kind of thrash stuff. So no one is like Coroner, but there's bands that are kind of doing some of the same ideas. I would put Annihilator maybe in that category at times, some really technical stuff that he does, but you can kind of hear it on Skeleton, even though Skeleton is like a little bit more straightforward songwriting. There's not a lot of complexity to the song. I mean, this is solo and some of that stuff, but compared to Arclight, I mean, I think the book, I think Wagner summed it up that it's got that kind of Rush, YYZ, what's the other song that I can't think of from Moving Pictures? The instrumental. Well, that? No, the instrumental. We're really fucking up at the end here. We shouldn't have taken that hour-long break and talked about movies. I
know. I'm just thinking about Scorsese and De Palma. I can't think of anything else.
Exactly. But but it's definitely got that kind of like reach in that it's an essential type song. It's almost a centerpiece of the record, and that's rare to have that with an instrumental, especially on like a thrash album outside of maybe Orion, but even Orion is kind of part of a lot of big long epic songs too. So it's just it's awesome, and you combine this with Nosferatu on the previous record, and it's kind of vital to the foundation of what these guys do. So a good way to kind of end things, I think, is with Arclight and Skeleton on Your Shoulder. And then, of course, we'll be back with part 2 in a few weeks, where we'll sort of finish up telling the story. And we kind of get into the weeds a little bit, because there's, some controversies with their final record, Grin. And if maybe you're like myself or others that have avoided that record because you've heard bad things about it, maybe we'll bring Joseph Schafer back in to see if he can kind of convince us otherwise. And so we'll kind of see what we can come up with there. So
before Christmas, I'll have something for you.
That's what we're trying to do. So yeah, so we're gonna hear one last time from Joe Schafer here, going into Arclight and Skeleton on Your Shoulder from 1988's Punishment for Decadence from Coroner. So for our international thrash series, Coroner and Swiss Thrash, this is Jason.
And I'm Mark.
Skeleton on Your Shoulder, super fun. And the real standout, I think, on Punishment for Decadence for me, if it isn't Mass Jackal, is the instrumental, is Arclight. The sound that Tommy gets out of his guitars on Arclight, I don't know if you guys are going to talk about this in the episode before you talk to me, but Tommy was a violinist before he was a guitar player, and a lot of his guitar fingering stuff is classical violin warm-ups sort of interpolated as solos, and you get a little bit of that on Rip, R.I.P. Rip. I like Rip you get a little bit of that on Rip, but on Arclight, fuck, that's their YYZ. To me. That's a song I put it on in my office and I have to stop typing and I have to look at the ceiling and be like, Jesus.
And you're coming off with such a great instrumental on RIP as well, back to back, just incredible instrumental pieces that are essential to the records, whereas a lot of instrumentals, especially in thrash, could sometimes be, outside of Orion or something like that, we're kind of just there as I don't know, bonding agents to another song. And this is not, it's its own standout.
Yeah, I was going to say, other than Metallica, who else writes instrumentals this important to their identity? Nobody. Right? That's what it is to me. And obviously Coroner's listening to Metallica. I think in their sense of melody, in the prominence of the bass, not just because they're like a 3-piece, but when I hear Ron Royce's kind of slinky bass line, his interesting little fills and stuff, I can see someone who sees Cliff Burton. It's I see you, buddy.
Yeah.